Okay, we're going to get started here at 6:30.
Recording in progress.
6:30, 46 Park Boulevard, Fairfax Town Council meeting, February 5th. And I would like to invite those who want to join us to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. States to stands one nation under God. So, right. Okay. So I think we need to do a roll call vote.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ager.
Present.
Councilmember Garingelli.
Here.
Councilmember Kohler.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Here.
Mayor Blash.
Here. Okay, next we're going to move to approval of the agenda. So if I could have a motion.
I'll move that. Anybody want?
I'll second.
Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garingelli.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, moving on to the land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all its ancestors past, present, and emerging. I'm now going to read the meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to facilitate the conduct of the people's business and encourage civil engagement in town council meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and/or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. So please turn off all cellular phones or place them in silent mode. Shouting, clapping, booing, stomping, or other disruptive behavior during public comment or council deliberation is discouraged in order to provide a respectful and comfortable environment for all residents to express their point of view. Clapping is, of course, acceptable for items such as police pinnings, proclamations, welcoming new staff and council members, and other celebratory announcements. So the town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. So we are going to move on to open time for public expression, and that's up to 30 minutes, and anything that is not done in 30 minutes is going to go to the end of the meeting. So this is a time to address the council on matters that are not on tonight's agenda. All comments are limited to 2 minutes. The council is not permitted to take action, and state law strictly limits the right of the council to discuss any unagendized item. And as I just stated, if there are still raised hands after 30 minutes, open time will be continued to the end of the agenda. So we'll start with people in the room. Thank you.
Stephen Keys, Cypress Drive. I wanted to make sure you all knew and encourage you to pay attention to the TV program next Wednesday evening from 6 to 7 on Marin TV. Our fire experts and major leaders in Marin County about wildfires will be talking about lessons learned from the Los Angeles fires. As you all, I'm sure, have been aware, we've had lots of discussions about the fires and what we need to learn and do to prevent them from happening here. That program will be addressing that.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of Fairfax. My name is John Fox, and I am a homeless person in Marin County. I've been so a very long time. And I recently got talked into signing some paperwork up here on the Hill that would allow me in papyrus, I don't really speak legalese, but to have an attorney hired for me to do some such business as to sue Fairfax. And I'd like it to be on public record that I want absolutely nothing to do with that. I'm attempting to get those documents back to destroy them. I have no confidence that they won't file without my permission. I don't understand exactly what they're going for, but I understand it was monetary compensation. And, I came to Fairfax in 2002, and this town's been good to me for decades. People have been good to me here all the time. And I love this town. I don't want to do anything to hurt it or bring suit against it. I don't want to be a party to it. Just putting that out there. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I have just several points to bring up. We have 3 items on the regular agenda. I don't see anything about looking into fixing the roads. Obviously the bond measure was incredibly flawed, which is why it lost, but the roads aren't getting any better. I've suggested in detail ways to go about it, and I see no action from the council. As far as the anti-camping ordinance, I understand, I guess I should rephrase that. Are there signs made ready to go for Saturday? And have storage containers been ordered so that whatever goods are left can be placed in storage? And I would like to get an answer to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Deb London. I was going to ask the same thing. I've been walking around and I haven't seen the storage container for the camping ordinance. Wondering where that is. I imagine it'll be significant in size and readily recognizable, but I don't see it, Heather. And also, what was the other thing? Signage. Is the signage ready and is it sitting over at DPW ready to go up? What's happening with that? I also would like an answer in regards to that. Thank you, Heather. Hi, Heather.
Hi, please address the council and not the
Okay,
staff.
but she's
Thanks.
the town manager, so I think
Right,
that she was in
right.
charge of a lot of this. So I was trying to get a little eye contact from Heather.
Okay, thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I want to have you confirm that indeed it is the town manager that is responsible for enforcing the town's municipal code here in Fairfax. And I want to ask, what are the consequences of her not doing that job? Everybody should be aware of that, and this should go into a job performance interview. And I want to know what this council is going to do when she's not doing her job to enforce the ordinances up at our park and our kids are endangered. Next, thank you, John Fox, for speaking up and telling us a little bit about how the Shakedown Street situation is going on up at that encampment. And I want to know why this council isn't prepared to enforce that ordinance, because that's the rumor going around, that you're not stepping up. Why? Next, why are there double standards for the public that Mayor Blash is indicating about ridiculing council members when Councilmember Hellman is ridiculing Mr. Ager? Why? Next, the town has adopted Robert's Rules of Order, not Kohler's Rules of Order, not Blash's Rules of Order, not Janet's Rules of Order. I insist that you follow those rules of order that are in the town's municipal code going forward. No more excuses, no more adaptation on the fly without votes for changing that. You've tried, but it didn't get voted on. Next. As I understand it, the mayor is conducting the meetings, not the former mayor. I would like to see going forward that the mayor conduct the meeting and that Councilwoman Kohler does not take over the meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, Council. Michael McIntosh. First thing I'd like to say, to kind of piggyback off what Todd brought up, when we do discuss civility, I really thought Ms. Hellman's comments to Mr. Egger, a fellow council member, when he requested to pull an item off pertaining to the finances, I thought they were derogatory, diminishing, and embarrassing for any public official. And so I hope that she does not repeat that same action. Two, I realize that this current council has tried to close down input even from other council members and put forth rules of, oh, we can only have a majority vote of 3 to do anything or put something on the agenda. Bad form. If any council member up here wants to have a discussion in the public for the public to better understand, such as the distribution of finances, especially when we have unaccounted for, explained without detail $90,000 in 1 month for legal expenses. And here this month we have another in disbursement account, $50,000. I think it's very reasonable for the general public to have that explained, as well as when a council member says, let's pull it and discuss it, this current council of 3 majority continues to omit our comments and not provide us an opportunity to pull something off consent. Last but not least, I hope this town is looking at the franchise fee tax of Marin Sanitary Service as in violation of Prop 218. And I hope that that is realized and brought forth to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Council. Sean Fitzgerald, Fairfax Park. I just want to start by giving, anytime there's credit due, even if there's discourse in the community, they deserve to hear it. I want to say thank you to Janet Colson. I didn't understand it. That's why I originally had asked to have a citizen advisory committee, just so we could have an understanding, those that were most passionate about the law that was going to be crafted. It took a long time to understand that she did craft a good ordinance, much better than our neighbors who are suffering through half-baked ordinances. And that the legal language and everything she put in there had a reason for it. And I think she did a good job on that. So I just want to thank her for that. I do also want to tell you that I've done some additional work, although I don't go into the camp as much anymore because there's one camper that has become despondent in such, but I helped Bob clean up his campsite and move away. And one of the concerns that was raised was the influence of a homeless union advocate who is going in and trying to encourage them to file suit against the town of Fairfax. And this is someone that was warmly welcomed into these chambers, Robbie, and he's been up there, once a week, if not more, trying to counsel these people that are vulnerable, drug addicted in some cases, or just in tough positions to sue the town. And they don't want anything to do with it. John Fox came here today in part because I talked to him a bit. I bought him a coffee and a sandwich, and I helped him understand the gravity of what he may be signing up for. And he's like, I don't want any part of that. So he called Robbie and said, please give me back the form. I don't want to do this. Bob was the same. He didn't want to do it. But there's people up there that don't understand what they signed on for. And if the suit comes, I just want to tell you I did my best to inform this council from the perspective I have of a citizen. I got it to Heather. I got it to Janet. I got it to the police. I don't get responses much. It's odd to me that someone doesn't even acknowledge the email. Nearly $1 million in salary between Heather and her 2 assistants, and they can't just say, hey, thanks for sending the email, received. But I don't expect a lot of response, but just, received, thanks for the information.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who has comment? Thank you, Sean. Okay, we'll move on to Zoom.
There are 3 raised hands on Zoom. The first speaker is Cindy, followed by Jody. Cindy, you are unmuted.
Hi, thank you. Cindy Ross. I live on Lansdale Avenue on the east end of town. And for quite some time now, several years, I've been requesting that the council enforce Town Ordinance 734, Section 1.12.010 regarding emission of noxious fumes. I've been having terrible problems from chemically scented fumes emanating from the laundromat at the Fairfax Plaza. In fact, I had Bay Area Air Quality Management District issue a report a couple of years ago already that at least on one day, they were able to measure the fumes going as far as 163 Lansdale and also onto the Pastori Avenue Bridge, near the Marin Town Country Club. It's been an ongoing problem for a really long time, making me ill, really making a very toxic environment. A number of residents have been complaining about it. And I'm really concerned that the town council is ignoring it, rolling eyes, really making fun of me in some ways for doing this. I recently contacted Frank Egger and also copied Mayor Blash. Frank said he wanted to put it on an upcoming agenda. That clearly hasn't happened. I got an email from Heather Abrams that misnamed the laundromat and addressed, I don't know, she attached a 2-year-old email, but I'm really, really concerned that, especially after the PCE dumping, experience, toxicity, the town needs to do
Great.
something
Okay,
about it.
thank you.
The next speaker is Jody, followed by Kay. Jody, you are unmuted.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jody Timms, Cascade Drive. As you might imagine, I'm here again to speak about climate and climate science. It is real in spite of what our federal government is doing at the moment by eliminating the word and the websites and the information. But this Friday night, so day after tomorrow, there in the Women's Club, there will be a free evening event hosted by the Fairfax Climate Action Committee and the San Anselmo Climate Action Committee. It's called Climate Progress: From Politics to Art and Resilience. We've invited our California State Assembly member, Damon Connolly, to come. He'll do an update on what's happening regarding climate issues at the state level. He'll then be in dialogue with 6 who have questions for him as well. And then we'll take some time to hear from the West Marin artists, Richard and Judith Selby Lang, about their work with plastic pollution. And then Marin Sanitary Service will be represented by Renee Goddard to tell us a little bit about recycling practices that we sometimes can forget about, and also waste management. So the event doors open at 7 o'clock for socializing, making some art and information tabling, and the program starts at 7:30. Was a bit of an error in our this newsletter that said the event was 7 to 8. So I just wanted to be sure people know it will go until probably 8:30, 8:45 as an event. So I really encourage people to come out,
Great,
join
thank
your
you.
community, learn more about
you.
what's
Thank you.
happening.
The next speaker is Kay, followed by Jane. Kay, you are unmuted.
Kay, are you there? Okay, maybe we'll move on to Jane and back to Kay.
Jane, you are unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm late to the meeting, so I'm not sure exactly where we are at. Is this time where I could speak for people I'd like to recommend for a town clerk and town treasurer?
This is open time for public expression.
Okay, well, I would like to highly recommend Deborah Benson.
I'm sorry, you can't actually address that just yet because we're going to handle that on the regular agenda after this.
Okay.
This is for things not on the agenda, but yeah, great.
That's what I was asking. Will there be a time that I could speak about that?
Yes, absolutely. After we get done with open time.
Thank you. Thank you
Okay,
very
great.
much.
Kay, you are unmuted.
Okay, wait. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, brand new iPad. Oops, almost fell. Okay. I'm so sorry, I'm running out of the room. There was
We can't hear you.
It actually looks like she dropped off of Zoom.
Okay, is there anyone else?
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Great. Okay, thank you. I think we'll close open time, and then if they can get back online later, maybe. Okay, so I would like to move on to the regular agenda. And the first agenda item tonight is to interview the applicants for the town clerk and town treasurer positions. And we'll be considering appointing individuals to fill the vacant positions for the remainder of the current terms, which expire in January 2026. So we are going to hear a staff presentation first.
Yes, sorry about that. Christine's going to run the slideshow while I talk. Thank you. Just a reminder, there are two elected positions open for appointment, the town clerk and the town treasurer. If you can go to the next slide, please, Christine. As background for this, the two previous town clerks and town treasurers as well were appointed. Just those people were appointed and ran unopposed for several cycles. So the number of choices of applicants that you have today is much larger than you've had in at least 10 or plus years. The elected clerk and treasurer each resigned separately in December. And as you heard on January 9th, you have by state law only 60 days to appoint replacements or call a special election. And as we noted, special election, which could only be held in November 2025, so you'd be waiting quite a while, and would cost nearly $60,000. So the council chose to appoint individuals for the remainder of the terms, and those terms end then in 2026. So we're actually quite close to them already. Applications opened immediately following the meeting, so January 10th, and we were very pleased to see the number of applications. We had community engagement and advertising the opportunity to apply both through the newsletter and website, social media, and of course people were hearing about it from the meeting and their elected representatives as well. Next slide, please. So this brings us to tonight. The council, I believe, has reviewed all of the applications. They're also available online. The process for tonight is to have the council interview the clerk applicants and then the treasurer applicants. There's no set format or no set questions for those interviews, seeing as you've already seen the applications, and this is very different from a staff position where you would be following sort of more personnel rules. There's no job descriptions for these positions. And so then when you are ready, any council member can make a motion to appoint, and I would ask that you make a motion to appoint the clerk and then make a motion to appoint a treasurer separately, just so that it's easy for us to track and make sure the minutes are correct. And then the council will vote. The council gets to make the decision. So you'll be interviewing and then taking public comment, and then the council makes the decision. So I just want to kind of make that clear. One public comment for both the treasurer and the elected and the clerk. Next slide, please. We've received a number of emails, particularly a lot today. And so I just wanted to clarify some things for everyone, both on the dais and also in the gallery and perhaps watching online. There are no job descriptions for the elected clerk nor the elected treasurer. There is no oversight exercised by these positions. They don't oversee the budget. They don't oversee the staff. They don't oversee any sort of allocations. They don't receive oversight from the council. They don't receive oversight from the staff. The nature of elected positions are that they are elected by the voters or not. They are not responsible to other electeds, and they are not responsible to the staff. So I just want to make sure that's really clear. There were some questions about conflict of interest. Conflict of interest is specifically about personal financial interests. So other cities, we're not in opposition with them. We're not in legal suits with them, or we don't exchange money. We don't report to each other as different agencies. We're just independent. And it is quite common in Marin to have public employees who also serve as elected officials, and you see that throughout the county organization as well as others. So I just wanted to dispel that myth. The residency, some have questioned, and all of the applicants are registered to vote in Fairfax. So I just want to make that really clear. And then the last slide, please. Again, just a little more detail on these two positions. The town clerk is ceremonial. There are no salary or benefits, and all of the technical duties are handled by the staff. And then the town treasurer is a ceremonial role. It does have in the code that it may provide quarterly updates on the balance of a certain account, but it does not say, for example, it does not have authority over allocation or monitoring budget or oversight of budget or oversight of financial staff, CPAs in their midst. That position does have a $300 per month stipend, so similar to the council in that way. And with that, I'll leave it up to if you have any questions for me or if you want to start.
Okay, yes, Mr. Garanghelli.
I think that there should be a separate comment section for each position, not combined. But if the public wants to speak about the treasurer position, they should be able to speak. That should be handled, in my mind, first, and then the other one. But there should be separate comments in my mind. That leaves a person 1 minute to speak per position. That doesn't make much sense to me.
I think you could have some discretion there, but you need to decide at the very beginning, do you want to give people 3 minutes or do you want to do something else? But as you recall, January 9th, we had this as one item. We were talking about whether you decided to appoint or special election. And so the thought was that this was one item and it could be handled, that people would have ample time.
I just want to say, I don't think Councilmember Garanghelli's question or request is unwarranted. I would just make a suggestion that we do separate interviews for each position, and then we have separate public comment, and somebody would have 2 minutes per each one. I think that just avoids confusion. So I'm agreeing with Councilmember Garanghelli. I don't know what the mayor would like to do, but it sounds like it's simple.
If I may just respond, I'm not supposing that one is better or not as good as the other. We're always trying to find the balance between having an efficient meeting and having, people have plenty of opportunity to give comment and for you to deliberate. I'm very conscious of the fact that I have heard repeatedly that, members of the public complain that our meetings are going so long that they're dissuaded from coming or that they're, frustrated, which I certainly understand. So there's a balancing act there, and it's really up to your discretion.
Can I hear from other council members on this?
I'm in agreement. I'm fine with separating them as separate items or length. If you want to keep it as one, then lengthening the time to 3 minutes. Either one.
Mr. Egger?
Yes, yes, separating, of course. It's two different positions. And what's interesting is Heather said that there's no duty spelled out in the town code. Well, I just looked a few of the town code sections, like 2.44.010. It says right of appeal. When the appellate procedure is not otherwise specified, the appeal shall be made by filing a verified application with the town clerk. It doesn't say town treasurer, don't file it with the treasurer or the mayor or the attorney, you file it with the town clerk. But I've got at least half a dozen code sections here.
So can we?
That spell out duties of a town clerk.
Right. So let's discuss that when we get to deliberations, because that's important. So just going to throw it out there that we can either split these, which would mean 2 minutes per person, per individual that they are talking about, or we could just make it 3 minutes and let people just have a longer time to address both clerk and treasurer, which would kind of streamline it. Does anybody have any, concerns about just making it 3 minutes for both treasurer and clerk?
I think that is a good way, the balance, the streamlining, and so it allows people time to speak 1.5 minutes for each person, each candidate or each category.
Right. Because I would like to balance that thing. We get both from people, they want more time to speak, and then people who also complain that meetings go too long. So maybe we can have 3 minutes so that people can address both their clerk choice and their treasurer choice in that 3-minute time period. I think that's what I would prefer. And I just wanted to also check on something. Are we going to have or is it advised that we have our applicants, give a little presentation about themselves, or are we just questioning them?
It's really up to you. Some may have prepared that and others may not have. I don't know. I haven't checked in with them or advised them how to prepare at all.
I'd like to add something. These are both important positions. They both deserve their time. Number one, to introduce themselves to us. And secondly, we should hear them separately. It makes no sense to me to put them together. That's like they're not important positions or something. No, each one's important on its own. And I wouldn't want to be involved with, interviewing two people, two positions at the same time, hearing public comment on those two people that they're for or against or for. And I don't know. My senses tell me that, first of all, I thought you agreed with me to begin with. So long story short, I just think that we should do them separately. That's how I would do it. If I was running a business, it would be separate, give them respect for each position. That's how I would do it.
Why don't I just say, look, we can spend an hour discussing how to do this, or we can just move forward. So I would just suggest, let's do as Councilmember Garanghelli suggests. And I think when we think about just our normal interviews for Planning Commission or other things, we give people an opportunity to talk about themselves for a couple of minutes and say why they're interested. And then if we want to ask a specific question, we have that opportunity. I don't see any reason to do anything different. And I also don't see any reason to beat this thing to death.
Okay.
Let's just move forward.
Then let's just move forward. We'll start with clerk, and we are going to ask each person who is applying for the job of town clerk to give us like maybe a 2-minute backgrounder if they would like to, and then we can ask them questions. And then we will go through the same, and I guess then we'll actually, let's move to, we'll have comment on the clerk, and then we'll move to the same process for treasurer. How does that sound? You okay with that?
I like it.
Okay. So let's start out with clerk, and we have a number of applicants, and we could go in alphabetical order or however we want to start this out. Let me just check how we've got them listed. So let's start out with just having Deborah Benson give a little bit of background about herself and her interest in this, and move from there. Thank you. And I would like everyone to take about 2 minutes so we can kind of,
Deborah Benson, as I usually say here, Cascade Drive, Fairfax. I've had a varied employment history, most of it being self-employed. I've been a real estate broker. I have been managing partner in a property management company. I have run for town council election. So I am familiar with the forms and procedures in our local elections. My business requires that I pay a lot of attention to detail, minute detail, often research. I'm familiar with Public Record Act's requests, having prepared them myself, and with the answers from the town. I have volunteered for the tree committee for about the past 6 years, was chair of the tree committee for a little over 2 years, became familiar with Robert's Rules of Order. I have attended pretty much every town council meeting for about the past 10 or 15 years. Also have attended planning commission meetings. So I'm very invested in my town and the workings of my town. I think that I have the skills to carry out the duties that are outlined in our town code for town treasurer.
thank you. And are there questions of Ms. Benson?
Do we get to ask questions?
Yes, I think
Okay.
it would be good to ask her
Okay,
while she's
okay.
on here.
Just a question here. In today's Maroon IJ, it says Fairfax camp denied for park use. It's on page 3. So my question is, first of all, let me say that in order to spend a night in the park, to have an event, a movie or whatever, you need permission of the town clerk. If you were the Fairfax town clerk, would you have approved overnight campsites in the park?
Absolutely would not.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you. Okay. I have some questions, which would just be, do you believe you can maintain a neutral and objective attitude in this role and serve all the residents of Fairfax?
Yes, I do. I think I'm a fair witness.
And if you are appointed to this position, will you run in 2026, do you think, or would this be?
I believe I would run.
Okay. And have you become, or will you become a member of the City Clerks Association and do that training?
I would do that. I, in fact, already looked into it, but you need to be a clerk before you can become a member.
Great. Okay, thank you. Other council members have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Sorry. I'll wait for the treasurer one.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we will hear from Linda Kenton.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Town Council. It is with great gratitude that I am here to interview for this position. So thank you for that opportunity. I believe in democracy. I believe in the democratic process and in good local governance. I've been in public service for 35 years, most of that time as a librarian, and for the last 14 years as the town librarian in neighboring San Anselmo, and for the last 7 years as the assistant town manager in San Anselmo. As part of my job, I am the staff liaison for a number of boards and commissions. So I work with the Library Advisory Board. I work with the Library Tax Oversight Committee, the Racial Equity Committee, and with the Historical Commission. And what that means is that I confer with the chairs of those boards, committees, and commissions to create the agendas. I post the agendas both physically and online. I attend the meetings and then do the follow-up work after the meetings. And this is all within the lens of the Brown Act and complying with the Brown Act and providing the highest possible transparency for our residents. As you know, our residents here in Fairfax in November rejected Measure H, which would have eliminated the elected town clerk position. And I believe that speaks to our community really valuing and signaling that governance and democracy is important to us here in Fairfax. And while it is a ceremonial position, without responsibilities and oversight, I do believe the position works for the residents, works for you and for the staff in promoting the importance of democracy and good local governance in our community. And my values align with that for sure. I also have the privilege of attending all of the San Anselmo Town Council meetings, and I get to see the professional town clerk, making sure that our meetings are accessible and follow the Brown Act and Robert's Rules of Order. And that is something that our professional staff excel at. And, we have great trust in the work that they do. So I thank you for this opportunity, and I hope that you will decide to select me for this position. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, questions from council members, please?
I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you for stepping forward. How many years have you lived in Fairfax? Do you mind me asking?
Of course. We moved here in 1999.
Okay. And do you feel that you could be fair and objective in this role?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I have a
Mr.
question.
Egger.
Sure, thank you. Just the same question that I asked of the previous candidate. In IJ today is a story of Fairfax Camp denied permit for park use. And we have a town code that requires the permission of the town clerk to be in the parks overnight. And so I guess one or two or a group of people made an application to set up a camp overnight, and it was rejected by Fairfax. If you were the town clerk, would you have approved it or denied that application for an encampment?
It's my understanding that that is not under the purview of the town clerk, at least as, the position has been presented. So I don't feel like, I can answer that question in light of, the ceremonial position that this elected town clerk represents.
Well, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And it's not a ceremonial position on this issue. It's stated very specifically in the town code that if in fact nighttime use grant of permission conditions, the town clerk or designee is authorized to grant permission on behalf of the town for the use of town parks. It's written right in Town Code 12.36.030.
Thank you.
It's in the code. Thank
Frank,
you.
are you asking if she were in Christine's shoes? Is that what you're
No,
asking?
no,
Because
Christine
the
is not the
role-
town clerk. No, if she was the elected town clerk, would she have voted yes to allow camping in the park? That's the question.
Can I just, because yeah, I'm confused now and I don't know if that was.
Well, I got the town code in front of me. I don't,
Yeah.
you know.
No,
But
and
Frank-
if you look, read further down that town
Mhm.
code, you'll see that there are some criteria that have to be met, right? And they deal with police protection, adequate police protection. And so when we received that request, of course, it immediately had to go to the police department to determine whether or not there could be adequate police protection. So it is anticipated that the clerk, the deputy clerk or the clerk, whoever's fulfilling the role, checks in with the police department, police chief, and the police chief did determine there could not be adequate police protection. And so the conditions weren't met, and so the clerk then denied the application.
Well, first of all, the purpose of this ordinance
Okay.
I understand,
was to
I
protect the
understand
clerk,
what you say the
was to
purpose
protect
of
the
the
town
ordinance
parks
is.
and not allow overnight use except for special occasions,
But it-
memorials, movies, etc.
That is nowhere in legislative
I'm
history.
trying to explain why it was adopted. Now, you may have not been here at the time.
I wasn't, but Frank,
that's why
it's
it was
not in
adopted.
the legislative history.
Okay, can we move on from this? And
It says right in the
Okay, that-
code, the
okay.
town clerk
We're not-
makes the decision.
We're not discussing at this point, the code. I want to just make sure that we get through our different, thing. I'm going to get to Mr. Garangeli's question in a minute, but just make sure that we can get through asking the questions of the candidates. So thank you, Mr. Garangeli.
First of all, thank you for applying. Do you think it's important to have an elected position of the town clerk? Because we were supposed to set up well, it's going to be an election in 2 years, but do you think you're going to run for town clerk in 2 years?
I am absolutely open to that because I believe so deeply in the principles of what the town clerk represents. That's the philosophical aspect of this position. It's our belief in democracy and good local governance.
I have a couple questions. And I know you do a lot in San Anselmo. I guess you work there and you're involved with a lot of things. Have you been involved with a lot of Fairfax things, like boards, commissions, or volunteer type work? You're in tune with Fairfax. I think you are, but I'm still asking the question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I read the town newsletter every week, and I always look for opportunities to volunteer. And as you heard me say earlier, I have a lot of other boards and commissions in my professional work that I attend to. And the ones that I feel most qualified for conflict with night meetings that I already have. But I do support the town, by attending all of our events, whenever possible. So certainly our art walks and our, chamber events, Fairfax Festival. I, drive great joy from those and participating and meeting, local residents downtown.
Thank you. And just I just want to, for the record, I do think there is some sort of a job description for this position. I know we keep hearing that there's not, but that's another day to discuss, I guess. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions at this point? Okay, thank you so
Thank
very
you.
much. And we will move on to Michael McIntosh. And some of these more substantive questions, I think we can also talk about when we get to deliberation. So thank you.
Hello, Council. Thank you very much for letting me apply for this position. I know that I've certainly had arguments with probably each and every one of you when I feel an issue is important, but it's the same quality that I would bring forth to this position. I would assume that I've been to over 275 Fairfax Town Council meetings, so I'm very familiar with the history, the procedures, and the anticipation of the community and your decisions. I probably have interacted with more people over the last 25 years in this town than the 5 of you combined, from public works to our community to our business owners, to our recent campers in the park. And I would challenge anybody that would say differently. What I've heard absent in tonight's discussion is the importance of why we have a town clerk. I personally have interacted with clerks for different states, for different departments, districts, even companies. A clerk's first and primary job is listed as the legal custodian of record. They are the person or entity for receipt of process. They have the last word that's been absent of this town through our PRAs for the last 2 years to answer a request as true and complete to the best of their knowledge. That's been absent. You can always have an attorney answer a PRA, but an attorney is a legal mouthpiece that only serves to say, well, what benefits my client? It's not true and correct and complete. So I very much disagree about the unimportance and only a ceremonial road of this position. Each and every clerk, whether it's for our state or our town here, as that custodian of records, ensures their completeness, does their very best to provide an answer to a question from the general public or to a different department. It is that clerk that receives something, whether it's for a recall or election results or a process of service. It is their responsibility to kind of adjudicate when there's a question within a town code. Throughout the town code and brought forth this town when it incorporated in 1931 were those duties. And it's kind of a check and balance as an independent position that says we have somebody that's going to say, kind of like a field marshal, yes or no, something is correct, and that's the final word. If somebody wants to apply to sleep in the park, to rent, as I've done for many years, the pavilion when I coached the indoor, it's not a soccer, but it's also actually called futsal. That had to be approved by the clerk, and then the key is assigned by the police department. But it's the clerk that has those responsibilities. So I'm really disappointed to see the town's effort to file an initiative to get rid of that position and then further perpetuate a false narrative that it's only ceremonial and unimportant. I disagree. Again, if you ask anybody that receives process that is really up to date on keeping the records and their rules in order, it is the clerk. Specifically for myself in Fairfax, which I provided you a resume, which I tried to tailor just to issues of integrity, to issues of participation in this community, something about my business acumen and what I've done. I do believe that I'm very qualified. And I hope that independent of our individual discussions, and I know currently Barbara and Liesl and Stephanie, since you've been up here before me more recently than Michael and Frank, you'll think, oh, I'm always arguing with you. But if you speak to Frank or Michael, I've had those same arguments with them because I believe that each and every one of us should always follow a body of laws. And that's what a clerk does. They ensure that there's a following of the body of laws. And that's what I would like to bring forth to this position. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a
And so let's move on to questions. Councilmember Kohler.
Yes, Mr. McIntosh, thanks for stepping forward. Can you tell me how long you've been a full-time resident in Fairfax?
Can you please define that full-time resident?
Are you a primary resident? Have you been a full-time primary resident in Fairfax for how many years?
I go back and forth between Fairfax and Santa Fe. I have registered to vote in Fairfax. I've spoken to Dan Miller about those qualifications, which I'm qualified for. Currently, in fact, in the last month or so, I have been spending more time in Santa Fe and preparing my house so I can sell it. And when I sell that house, move to the country club here in Fairfax. My daughter's asked so her husband can commute in and out of the city if she can stay with us. So it's been very enjoyable for me spending more time in Santa Fe of late. but I can certainly, if there is a request, sleep every single night here. But I know legally I do qualify for that, and that has been discussed at the County of Marin. So if you have further questions, please.
My next question is, do you think you can be fair and objective in this position if you were selected?
I think I can be very fair and objective. And I think that's why I brought forth, for instance, when the glass ceiling cases came up for Wall Street, that I had to have that information of what these salaries were, if people were discriminated against. And then I had to submit declarations to the courts that all that information was properly disposed of without copy, and nobody had it. I believe if you also speak to your prior police chief, he can also say how there's been an item that I came up with information, but I have no copy of it, but it's been provided to help this town. So I think I could very much remain impartial. And if you even think of the years, I believe you were appointed in 2013. The first time I met you would have been in the back room behind the police department. The first question about Victory Village. I think you've seen me do nothing to even bring forth a hint of lack of integrity or lack of trying to champion those people around me that I feel have been diminished.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do I have other questions?
Yes,
Mr. Edgar?
if I may, I have a question for you regarding town clerk duties. And in today's Marin IJ on page 3, Fairfax camp denied permit for park use. And Fairfax has a town code section, nighttime use granted permission, conditions, construction. The town clerk or designee is authorized to grant permission on behalf of the town for the use of the town parks and playgrounds, public tennis courts, and central ball field during hours between sunset and sunrise to groups and organizations whenever it appears that during that use there will be available sufficient police protection or adult supervision to avoid malicious contact on part of any person in the parks, playgrounds, public tennis courts, and central ball field. Permission thus granted to any group or organization shall be construed to be permission to each individual member of the group or party. Public tennis court keys for night use shall be available for a fee established by town council resolution. So here's the question. If you were in fact the town clerk, when the application was made for overnight camping in the park, it says you would talk to the police chief and look at issues, but would you have approved camping permits overnight in the park or denied them?
If I was a town clerk, the first thing I would do is look at what the ordinance are and the rules in front of me, and those rules would have to be enforced. If there was discretion, such as asking for public safety, I would incorporate that decision to bolster following the rules. We as a country have a constitution. We have to follow our rules or we have chaos. So again, my preference as an individual, no, I do not think we should have homeless encampments by our children. However, if I was elected to this position, I would follow the rules until those rules are properly changed. And at the present time, I believe that relying on the clerk should be denied.
Thank you. Do you have other questions? Other council members have questions? Okay, Mr. Garangelli.
I truly wish that we had an actual election.
As do I.
Yes, because everybody here is great. And it would be better if the folks in town were voting for this, not just us up here. But are you going to be running for this position when it is open for running?
I would love to. I first remember riding my bike through Fairfax as a little kid, probably 12 years old. I was married in Fairfax now 46 years ago. My daughter was just married in Fairfax. I've owned a country club for 23 years. I would like to hang around.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, other questions? If not, I have one. How do you see yourself interacting with the paid clerk staff's office?
The paid clerk.
The employed clerks.
I think you are very lucky and fortunate to have Christine. Christine, even if I ask an unreasonable question, she will with a smile say, No, I can't answer that. And tell me why. You couldn't ask for somebody more professional, and I appreciate this. In fact, when this position first came up, I actually suggested, so I hope I can disclose this, that she run for this position. And when she said there was possibly an issue of residency, I encouraged her to take residency in Fairfax so she could qualify for this position. So I personally think she'd do a great job, and I would love to work with Christine. Even if we pick up all little skittles, those things are always nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
One last thing, if I may. I would like to thank everybody who's run for this position. So one after me and two before me, because to stand up and get grilled, although you guys have been very easy, it still takes a lot of sometimes courage to wonder what's in front of us, but it still shows the want of all these people to come up here and help this community. And that's the strength of a community. So I hope that there is great consideration for all parties. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move on to Rick Hamer.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Rick Hamer. I live over on Bridge Court. I'm very accessible. It's a 5 minutes to get my attention and have me at Town Hall. I'm probably the closest of every applicant here. My biggest concern here is, I feel like I do believe and feel I can do the best job and I'm certainly capable of doing this. I've got experience in 75 different jurisdictions all around the country where I've had to deal with the staff and regulatory enforcers, and this was all done with good documentation practices, where if you falsify a document, it could be jail. So I'm very well exercised in doing things properly and without any bias. My biggest concern about this particular situation is that the real reason why we're here is because of Measure H attempted to reinforce the community's desire to have a elected town clerk. And that because of resignations, we don't have that. So now here we are with a peculiar situation, is that we have a ceremonial position where I know Michelle Gardner before us, she had two positions, so she was actually elected and appointed. And one of the things that I think should be fixed, and I would be glad to participate in this is the org chart that the town council goes through in its budget meeting. This one is from 2 years ago. This one is from last year. I imagine next year's will look very similar. There is no connection between the elected town clerk and the appointed town clerk. In fact, the appointed town clerk reports to the town manager, and there's only one line of continuity between the voter or the town council for that matter, and the appointed town clerk. Christine does the wonderful job. She's a real expert, and I really enjoy working with her as a member of the public. However, during this 20 months, someone in a position that has the capability of doing it should do what El Monte does. The city of El Monte has a dashed line connecting the deputy town clerk working on the administrative division of their town, their city, with the elected town clerk. And this is something that I'm hoping can be brought up and be prepared through the staff and be put up by resolution until we have more than just a ceremonial position for the town clerk. And this is something I would like to see. I am a member of the City Clerks Association of California, and I am enrolled in their upcoming nuts and bolts workshop to get, this isn't the certification that our town attorney was talking about, but it is a step. It is like the lower level step to do that. Christine is also a member of the same association. I have no conflicts of interest, which I would consider land ownership, actually. I don't own any land in Fairfax. I own land, but not in Fairfax. So I have no business here anymore. I don't have another job. I don't need another job. So I'm not serving two masters here. So I would be pretty much dedicated to my duty, which I do think this is a democratic duty. It is not what I believe, it's what my duty is. So I go beyond what my personal beliefs are here because this is beyond that. A clerk is a routing entity. They route what is supposed to be going to the decision makers and to the other people who will, or the other staff members who will actually enforce or implement. The town clerk is something that I can do, and I've done similar tasks in the private sector for quite some time.
Thank you. Council members, Mr. Gearing-Gelly?
First of all, once again, thanks for running or applying for the job. Recently, there was a vote on whether we were going to have the position appointed. Were you for or against having this an appointed position, or did you like the idea of having an elected position?
I was in support of an elected position. I just think that the community oversight, instead of being through a single town manager, I think that's essential for a position like this.
Okay, Mr. Egger, do you have a question?
Yes, it's the same question I've asked everyone. The Marin IJ ran a story today about Fairfax camp denied permit for park use. And we've got a town code says that the town clerk, it's one of her duties to approve overnight use in the park. If you were the town clerk last week and the application came in for 4 or 5 campsites in the park, would you have after reviewing the application, would you have approved it or denied it, that application?
There is no directive at this time. I would function with a directive. If the town council had directed me as clerk to approve this, I would have approved it. Without that directive, I would disapprove the permit.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, I'll just ask the quick one. So do you believe that you could be neutral and objective in holding this office?
Yes, I do. I really, I've got to say everyone up on the dais I've voted for at one point or the other. I have, during our latest controversial issues, I came in support of tenants and landlords, so I'm pretty much able to just digest the conditions all around me and then try to make the best or weigh and balance the best decision that I think would take care of every interested party or all stakeholders. And incidentally, I do think that the council has done a terrific job for that. And I'm always in support of the council, as those sitting there would probably know.
Great. And are there any other questions from the council?
Mayor, if
Yes.
there are no other questions, may I make a couple of clarifying
Certainly.
comments? So, one, I just want to remind everyone that all staff positions in the form of government that you have, which is the council manager form of government, all staff positions report up to the town manager, and the town manager then reports to the full council. And only the town manager reports to an elected official, except also the town attorney. So those two positions are unique. All other positions report either to their supervisor, who then reports to the town manager, or report directly to the town manager. That's the form of government that Fairfax has. It has not changed in some time, although there was an administrator form of government previously. So that's one thing, just to make sure people understand that it's not flexible in that way. It's not a choice that you're making at this point, and a change in the form of government would require a vote of the people. So that's one. And then I just want to point out that sometimes people seem to misunderstand when a position, the town manager or the town clerk, is named in the code as the town manager shall do this or the town clerk shall do that. There is always or designee, so that the town manager is not the person, nor would you ever expect the town manager to be the person who is, say, removing rocks from the drains in every location, because the town manager is a single position, and we need about 36 FTEs in order to run the town as we do. And so it's just important for people to understand that these are report up responsibilities. They're not saying, you know, Heather Abrams does this, Christine Foster does that. They're saying the office of the town manager or their designee, someone that works for the town manager does this, or someone that works in the town clerk's office does this. And so that's what you see sometimes people getting confused about. So I just wanted to make that very clear, because I know it can be confusing at times.
Okay, great. So I think at this point, we're going to move to public comment on the clerk position. And thank you very much. And would you mind turning somebody could turn the speaker up?
I'll leave it on. Off.
I'm just going to make everyone turn it on and off again. Anyway, yeah, let's move on to public comment about the clerk position in particular. And we're going to give everyone 2 minutes, and then we're going to move on to the treasurer position. Can we hear from the first person, please? We're doing that right now. We're having public comment for the whoever wants to speak on whichever one of the clerks, all of the clerks, that now is the time.
Sean Fitzgerald, Fairfax Park. I just want to comment first on what Heather said. It struck me as odd. She said a change in the form of government has to go to the people, which I find really odd, because we are exercising a change in the form of government tonight, where an elected clerk is now being selected by the council rather than going to it's my moment to talk, rather than going to the people to vote. So I just find it interesting that she framed it that way, that the council, in fact, is going to appoint an elected position tonight. So I just find it contrary that change in government does happen without a vote of the people. With regards to the selection tonight, really interesting candidates. Linda from San Anselmo, really interesting civic background And thank you for applying. In my personal opinion, her workload for the duties of San Anselmo is pretty complete. And while she does take an interest in Fairfax, it doesn't sound like she's been involved in our local politics. So I think this is a position she could grow into over time, but not today. I ordinarily wouldn't make this comment, but since this person is running for the position, Rick Hamer, I do find it, I don't know if you heard the room chuckle when he said he's not biased. And that chuckle is the result of, he says he has no conflicts, but he is a moderator on a platform that everyone in Fairfax uses called Nextdoor. And when I initially was trying to report out what was going on in the park, I was repeatedly getting silenced by reporting and moderating. Eventually I reported it and got free to speak, and my posts were getting 12 to 15,000 views. And that was an outpouring of people in the community told me Rick Hamer was reporting and moderating. And even to this day, I have moderators that are in Fairfax that are sharing with me that Rick continues to report and moderate my comments. One of them was simply saying that I believe in free speech. And he shut that one down. And I don't think anyone who's against free speech should be in an elected position that potentially could silence us. So my vote today would either be for Michael McIntosh or Deb Benson for the role. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Yeah, I'm a little confused because I think this should be going to special election immediately, either in March, which would be great, or May, even November. I don't think this should be an appointed position. We all voted in strong numbers that this was going to be elected. So why are we appointing? Number one. Number two, I agree with Sean. I think Linda Kenton, maybe in the future, but honestly, I've never seen her face once at any of these meetings. I think she's way too busy. And she says herself she has conflict with night meetings sometimes. I don't think she'll work independently of San Anselmo. She's got too much going on, and she's not someone that we've ever seen or known or can trust honestly here in Fairfax. So she would not get my vote. And Rick Hamer, absolutely, there's not an unbiased bone in his body. He is not neutral or objective, and like Sean says, he is in the business of being biased. He shuts down anything on Nextdoor that he doesn't agree with. So my vote would be Michael Mack or Deborah Benson. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. Rick is clearly biased. Let's just get that there. So that was a false statement where he claims he's unbiased, claims he has no conflict, but he was a chief promoter of a high-rise development that is going to put 243 units at School Street Plaza. As to what the town manager just said, that it's a town manager's office, well, take some responsibility. Each and every person as an adult needs to take personal responsibility. Where's the buck stop, Heather? Where's the buck stop with the town clerk? Now, I just did a quick scan, and I want to bring to your attention that the town code has 986 mentions of the town clerk in Fairfax. There are a lot of responsibilities of the town clerk. On the town's website alone,
Can you bring it down the volume a little? Thank
there
you.
are 230 mentions on the town's website. Lyndon Kenton here, I want to quote from her application. I've heard good things about her, okay? But there are a lot of conflicts of interest regarding being able to act independently on behalf of Fairfax. And in her own words, quote, I have wanted to volunteer on a Fairfax board or committee, but unfortunately there have been meeting time conflicts due to my own night meeting schedules for my work. We need a town clerk that is available to us. All right. I'm going to try to read what I can with the remaining time of what I wrote to the town council. Dear members of the Fairfax Town Council, I urge you to carefully consider your actions, motions, and votes this evening regarding appointment of an elected town clerk. Please abide by the majority vote of your constituency, the Fairfax voters, at the ballot box in November of 2024, when they made it clear that they do not want the Fairfax town clerk to be elected.
you.
They do
Thank
not
you.
want an appointed town clerk.
Thank you. Next, please.
Cindy Swift, Fairfax. I support Deborah Benson's appointment as town clerk. She has the skills and abilities needed to perform the duties of the town clerk. She also possesses the appropriate temperament needed for the position. She's well regarded in the town and she is committed to serving Fairfax. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. For many reasons, I didn't apply, and one is because I'm extremely biased, pretty much whatever I feel. As far as Linda Kenton, I don't want to like jump on her, but again, I've never heard her name before. I've been coming to meetings for decades at this point. And if she's, that up on the Brown Act, the Racial Equity Social Justice Committee that was in Fairfax, every meeting was a violation of the Brown Act. When we have a short agenda like tonight and we're limited to 2 minutes, that is also a violation of the Brown Act. And again, she does sound extremely busy with the other things that she's doing. So it's hard for me to give her support because I don't know her. I have no idea, what she does, where she goes, what she thinks, or anything. My support would be for Michael McIntosh or Deborah Benson, which of course may be the kiss of death considering how you like my recommendations. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Pamela Meigs, 310 Cypress Drive. It's kind of hard for me because I know Deborah and Michael well for years. And they're both big heart people to take care of the town. And they show up and they articulate what they want better here on a routine basis. So I would like to say that I find them both qualified. However, I would probably pick Michael first. He's because of his involvement. He knows the town's policies inside and out. He's transparent. He has integrity, and he's passionate. So at this point, I feel pretty much drawn that Michael would be first to be chosen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Stephen Keys, Cypress Drive also. I'm support Michael for this, but for the clerk position, primarily because I understand that Deborah's also interested in the treasurer position. And I think if she got that, that would be a great combination of people who know the town well and would serve it very well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on the clerk position? Okay.
If I may, I hope the decision that the council brings forth tonight is a decision that's encompassing the entire town, not just for today, but for the future. All local governments are having difficult times these days. So I think all four of us have different skill sets that would benefit this town at different times. And I hope you guys can really choose the right skill set for today. And again, thank you for everybody who's applied tonight.
Thank you. Is there, okay, one more person in the room, then we're moving into online. Thank you.
What are we talking about?
Charlotte.
I just walked in. It's been a long day.
We just had interviews of people who would like to serve as town clerk. And so we are now soliciting public comment from people who want to make a comment on who they think is most qualified to be town clerk.
Is there a list of those running for this non-paying position?
Yes, there is. It's in the agenda packet.
I'm sorry. Okay. Well, can I speak in general terms?
If you're going to speak about town clerk,
I've had some issues lately. Yes. Okay. So I can take. Oh, get that clock going.
Okay. Okay. Here you go.
I need help with time. So
Okay,
thank
we go.
you. Okay. I would like to request that they be extraordinarily friendly, skilled, and trauma informed. Because when one goes to the town for assistance with whatever the issue is, that's how they expect and need to be treated. Same with staff, same with our dispatch. It's really, really important. I have not felt the safety of being in a town I've lived in for 33 years, in a town I served as artist in residence for 3 years. I've not felt accommodated every time, almost. I felt like a pain in the ass. And you know what is sad? I'm there in person because my phone screwed up because of AT&T. I'm getting a real ID as we speak. There's a fake DMV sign up right behind College of Marin. So all the fake news and pretend stuff and trying to get real, it's happening here, right in our little town as well as globally. I think there's 36 seconds. Am I going to have time to talk about celebrating Frank Gonzalez, the founder of the Artist in Resident program?
This is just going to be about town clerks. So you can have
Okay,
to stick to the town
all
clerk. Thank
evening?
you.
So I should go home all evening? That's what it's about?
We already went through public open time, so
Okay,
this
I
is just
missed
about the
that.
clerk. Sorry.
Next time,
Yeah.
I suggest a clear lucite thing that's
Okay.
not sweated over and so
Okay,
difficult
okay.
to read.
Great.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Okay, we have one more in the room, then we're moving on to Zoom, and then we need to move on to Zoom. after.
Mallory
Thank you.
Goodheim, Fairfax. I just want to back up both Dealey and Michael, and I think both of them would do a great job. And if it ends up being that one has one of the jobs and the other one has the other one, that is going to be that's going to be happening as well. I would love to see both of them on these jobs. Thanks.
Okay, thanks so much. And I'm just going to do a time check here. We're at 8 o'clock, but this is the process we wanted to go through. So we have 2 other agenda items besides the consent calendar, and we also still have to do the treasurer. So I think that's fine for us to do that, but I just want to point out that. So, okay, let's move on to Zoom, please.
There are 3 raised hands on Zoom. The first speaker is Jane, followed by Kay. Jane, you are unmuted.
Hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to support Deborah Benson for many reasons. I've worked with her happily on the tree committee for quite a few years. She's solid. She's grounded. She's smart. She's wise. She's extremely loves Fairfax. She's heart and soul here, 100%. I would support Deborah or Michael McIntosh, but I have to say Deborah because I've worked so closely with her, and she's really she'd be so good at the job for so very many reasons. She's tuned into the Brown Act completely, fairly. She's neither heavily right nor left. She's like just solid as can be, and she's true blue Fairfax. The other 2 candidates, I'm sorry, the one from San Anselmo, lovely, very qualified for many things, but not for a job here in Fairfax. She hasn't volunteered for anything yet, and it sounds like she's extremely busy in San Anselmo. So after she's paid her dues in Fairfax, by all means come back and try again. And the other fellow, from what they said on next door, that does not sound like a fair person to be on the town clerk job. So I hope you'll give Deborah a shot. And I certainly hope that those of you who have had her support in the past will be fair and support her now, because that will show us your true colors. And we need solid, good, strong, bright, wise colors for Fairfax. So please, I hope you do this, and I thank you for the time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Kay, followed by Bruce. Kay, you are unmuted.
Okay, hi. Thank you. Sorry about that brand new iPad. Here's my kiss of death, but I'm on board with Deborah Benson and Michael McIntosh. I appreciate both of them every single town council meeting. And that's it.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Bruce, followed by Kevin. Bruce, you are unmuted.
Hello. I just wanted to say that I support for the clerk position Rick Hamer. I've found him to be, in my dealings with him with the council and then getting to know him more going forward, I've just found him to be unbiased and or biased toward the truth, and basically just bringing forth ideas and information that seem fact-based, and I appreciate that a great deal. But secondly, I would also support Linda Kenton. I realize that she hasn't been involved too much in Fairfax, and I don't know her, but just listening to her, reading her application and listening to her tonight, I think she would do an excellent job as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Kevin, followed by Cindy. Kevin, you are unmuted.
Thank you, Christine. Council members, Christine, I just wanted to let you know that every time you say you're unmuted, we still on our side have one button to push, and that's why there's a lot of delay. I want to echo everything that former council member Bruce Ackerman just said about Rick Hammer. And I believe you've got additionally, council, a couple of members whom are in front of you for either or and or both positions. And I would just request that you go with Rick Hammer for the town clerk role, and then pick one of the other two that you have already seen for that additional treasurer role in town. And I'd also ask that you strike any disparaging comments that you have heard. If you had all been up for one reason or another, you'd see the same people disparaging you. They've disparaged you for many, many years in a row. And the town wouldn't have any elected parties and or appointed parties if those people got their way. So please do your best. I know you've read all the applications, and we'll support whatever you put in front of Fairfax.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Cindy. Cindy, you are unmuted.
Hi, Cindy Ross again from Lansdale Avenue. I was just going to say that if I were to vote today, my vote would go for Deb Benson. She's, as far as I can tell, a very involved, longtime Fairfax resident, very qualified. And in my opinion, I think she would be the least biased. And I guess I just wanted to say something, and, no offense to Michael McIntosh. I actually agree with a lot of the stuff, with his passion, a lot of the things that he's involved with. There are some things I disagree with him on, but I do believe that, I'm in favor of this being a voted position. And I'm just concerned that I'm really unclear about his residency status. I don't believe Michael's ever voted in Fairfax, and I'm just a little bit concerned about the bias. And anyway, so, while I think that all of the candidates in many ways would be qualified, like I said, my vote would go for Deb Benson. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, so we're going to bring it back. We could have a motion. We could talk more. Just keep in mind, we need to move on to the treasurer and a couple of other important things. Do I see? Thank you. I always forget to look to the left. Mr. Eggert.
Yes, if I may just ask the town attorney a question. The Measure H that took place in November rejected the town council's proposal to make town clerk position appointed. Is there any conflict with Measure H and us voting tonight to fill the vacancy without calling a special election?
No. There isn't. Do you want more?
Well, so when the people said, no, Fairfax Council, we're not going to make it appointed, we're going to keep it elected.
It's a separate issue.
Can I I just want to say that we would have, if these two people had stayed in their positions, the first time we would have voted on treasurer and clerk would have been November 2026. This is no different than when if a council member leaves midterm and we can decide whether to elect or appoint someone. Generally speaking, a council member is an elected position, but a lot of jurisdictions choose to appoint someone to fill out a term because it's cheaper, and the person isn't going to.
Okay, so
Didn't we vote unanimously on appointing last month? We all voted to appoint.
Right.
Do you remember that?
Of course.
Okay.
I'm just asking a legal question, and I thought it's an
No, these are
interesting
two
question. But anyway,
separate issues.
if a motion's in order, I would so move that we appoint Deb Benson, town clerk,
Yes.
to fill the vacancy through 2026.
Okay, I just want to say thank you for your comment on clarifying that also. Do we have?
I'll
so
second.
I would make okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. I would make a substitute motion that we appoint Rick Hamer. No, we can do substitute motions. Can you clarify, town attorney? No. Is there, which one are you asking? Is there a second to? Okay, so is there a second to appointing Rick Hamer? Okay, so that one is not going to move forward. Are there any other substitute motions? Are we moving?
I'll make a substitute motion to appoint Linda Kenton.
I'll second.
Okay, so the substitute motion goes first, and then the original motion goes second. Is that correct? So we take a vote on the substitute motion, which is to appoint Linda Kenton as the town clerk.
I'd like to make a comment prior to the vote. One concern I have that I truly don't believe this is just a ceremonial job. So if we're hiring, I know the town for the past year has not kind of neglected that position. I guess it was Michelle Gardner who was absentee that entire time. This could have been to the vote of the people quite easily, by the way, if we had acted sooner and had done the job correctly, in my mind. And so I think the people made a big statement the last election, and I don't think that we should ignore the will of the people. And
Sorry, how are we
I
ignoring
think
the
that we're not hiring a ceremonial, we're not appointing someone just for ceremonial position.
Okay.
We need to make sure someone goes in there and actually does, the proper job.
Right. Okay. So I think that we need to take a vote unless there's.
I have a comment.
Okay. So usually we don't do a comment after we've already had the motions, but if you'd like to make a comment.
Thank you. So Robert's Rules of Order on a substitute motion issue. The substitute motion is to go in a completely different direction than the original motion. Can you quote me the Robert's Rules of Orders that says a substitute motion is in order in this selection?
What I can tell you is there's a substitute motion and a second, and we need to have a roll call vote.
I think a substitute motion is not in order for what's before us. Are you saying it is? Did you have a legal opinion that says that's the way the Robert's Rules of Order works on this issue?
I'm happy to discuss this with you after the meeting, Frank.
That'll be too late. Well, If I may
No
just,
yelling, please.
if I may just comment then, I think there is a conflict of interest with having a full-time San Anselmo employee take over a position in Fairfax. It's an elected position.
Clapping.
And it's important that there to be, independence. It's, it's, the position is basically, it's a position that provides oversight for what's happening in town. The town clerk handles all the state codes that require us to file certain forms. The town clerk has to make sure that the town manager, the town council members, that the department heads properly file their forms. And I think it's important that it be a person that we're familiar with in Fairfax, that's been participating in Fairfax. That's all.
Okay, that's good, and that's a good background for us to all use for voting. I believe, Town Attorney, that there is no legal conflict of interest for somebody from another
There is
jurisdiction.
no legal conflict.
Right, and so we're talking about something very different when we're talking about conflict of interest. So I think we need to move on to the vote on the no, please sit down. You need to sit down. I'm sorry, you need to sit down, Michael. You need to sit down. We're not doing it this way.
To take the vote.
Please sit down, Michael. Michael, sit down. Okay, I'm gonna ask us to take a break right now. We're gonna take a 5-minute break. We're gonna take a 5-minute break because of the disruption, and we'll come back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so it's 8:17, and I'm gonna call the meeting back to order. So if we could have council members back in their seats, we need to proceed to a vote. Okay, so we're going to bring the meeting back around. We're going to vote on the town clerk, and then we're going to move on to town treasurer. So we had a substitute motion to appoint Linda Kenton and an original motion to appoint, oh my goodness, I can't even remember who, Deb Benson. So two good qualified candidates. So we start with the substitute motion and then move to the original. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Yes, Mayor.
We're voting on a substitute motion to appoint Linda Kenton as town clerk.
Councilmember Ager.
No.
Councilmember Garangeli.
No.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Before I vote, I want to say a couple of things. All the candidates were very qualified, and I appreciate everyone stepping forward. I think Linda Kenton is fully capable of making her own decision about whether she has the time to do this role. And I would like to also say about half the council members across the county have full-time jobs. So if Ms. Kenton thinks she has the time and the capacity to do this role, then she has the capacity to do this role. And I thank everybody for applying. Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes, and I will say quickly, the reason is that I believe that, excuse me, Deb, no. I'm going to adjourn the meeting again if you keep doing that. I just want to say that I feel like somebody who actually isn't part of the mix might be really well qualified. I appreciate the passion that the three other candidates bring to this, but I feel like somebody who maybe is a little outside of the mix may be a little bit more objective. So thank you. Can you please calm down a little bit, Deb? I'll adjourn the meeting again. Okay. We're going to take another 5-minute break until we can get some calm until we move on to treasurer.
Guys, look, just the process is, we followed the process. It's over. It's fair and square. This is how it works. Congratulations, by the way.
So if that's the case, if we're going to settle down a little bit, I'd like to move on to the treasurer. And I'd like to have the different people running for treasurer. And again, thank you to everyone who has applied because I think there's a lot of passion for this town, and the amount of comment just says something about how our town feels strongly about these processes. So let's move on. We're going to start with Deborah Benson. And if Deborah would like to come up and talk a little bit about her interest in and qualifications for the role of treasurer, that would be great. Thank you.
Deborah Benson, Cascade Drive, Fairfax. Although I feel after what just happened that anything I am saying might be a waste of my time, I am applying to be treasurer. I think I'm very highly qualified. I have served over nearly 50 years over 80 different businesses. I have facilitated a budget of $20 million in each of 5 consecutive years for one client, single-handedly. I've served as treasurer for myself in an election. I've served as treasurer for a council member who's sitting there during an election. I have volunteered as the treasurer for a nonprofit, Friends of the Open Classroom, for 2 years, which involved dealing with all of the accounting as well as preparing the tax returns. I have great attention to detail. My business is finance and accounting. I have audited. I've prepared and sat through some 20 audits before the IRS, the Franchise Tax Board, and what used to be called the State Board of Equalization. I was called by the editor of the Marin IJ in the editorial where he spoke about the candidates for the 2017 council election. I was called a fiscal watchdog. And he said that every town would benefit from having a fiscal watchdog like Deborah Benson. I have been involved in looking at our financial statements every month for well over 10 years. I probably know more about what goes on in them than most of you do. I pay attention to them every month. I have attended budget workshops. I've pulled the budget apart, spoken in those workshops. I think I'm highly qualified, and although I do think I'm wasting my breath, I would be honored to be the town treasurer for Fairfax. I'm very involved in Fairfax and have lived here for 33 years. So if anyone has anything to ask, here I am.
Thank you. Questions, please? Mr. Garanghelli.
One thing I wanted to ask the town attorney and town manager. I remember, I guess it was 20 years ago, but the town treasurer had a role, and it was an important role, and the watchdog type role, which I think is very important. And I think that, people in financing would appreciate an extra set of eyes on things, or just other types of things that they would be doing. But Deb, what do you see as your main role in there? And the question for you guys is this, in your eyes, another ceremonial role, or this one we actually pay, right? Or is it the clerk? I forgot. Or is there, what type of duties can the town treasurer expect to be doing?
So this is another ceremonial role in the treasurer position. They do up to quarterly reports on certain bank account balances, but they do not exercise oversight over staff or the council or allocate budgets or prepare budgets. Those are not contemplated. And so, you know, I appreciate the interest in the financial reports and things like that. But it wouldn't give the person an opening to say, craft a budget.
Okay.
It was not my
And Deb, what would
understanding.
you expect as whoever the town treasurer, we have, I think, 3 candidates. I'll ask all the same question. What do you anticipate your role to be?
From what I understood from the announcement of the application, quarterly preparation of financial statements in some form or fashion. And I would imagine that would involve working closely with Michael. I do have, because I am self-employed, flexibility in my time, could tune myself to whatever scheduling during the workday would most benefit Michael's schedule. So that's the understanding I had from the application being advertised.
Just a
Mr. Egger has a question.
comment. You know, this issue of whether or not town clerk and town treasurer are ceremonial has just come up recently. I mean, for the first 40 years I spent on the town council, no one said the town clerk and the town treasurer were ceremonial only. They had a function. And in fact, yes, they were, in fact, watchdogs. I've been chewed out by a town clerk before because I didn't file a certain form on time. Not the current person, but I mean in the past. So I mean, it's a watchdog position. They're elected by the voters.
Right. And do you have a question of Ms.
So
Benson?
of a question of Deb. Do you look at our financial reports very often that we get? We get them
I
regularly.
look at them every month.
And you go over them.
I go over them every month.
If something jumped out at you, would you report it to the town council or the town manager that?
I have made comment to the town council every meeting for the last 3 meetings about something that seems to be ongoing that I think needs to be tended to, and it has still not been tended to. So yes, I would.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions? Yes. Okay. Councilmember Hall.
Deb, I don't recall you bringing up too many items related to finances, but I have talked to you in years past about the fiscal state of the town. So when you do identify questions or concerns, have you been writing to Mr. Vibrat? Have you been writing
No,
to
I've
Michael?
been bringing them up in open time at the council meeting.
Okay. So you've never gone directly to Michael. I was just wondering, is there a relationship there?
I have in the past gone to Michael with questions about specific projects. And he has been very helpful in providing whatever he could. At the time, we had the ancient software, which didn't allow him to give me the picture I wanted. But no fault of his, it was the fault of the software. But he was very helpful in giving me invoices when I asked for them. So yes, I have formed a working relationship with Michael. Haven't been doing much lately, but
And what is your point of view about the fiscal state of the town and how it's being run?
that's a deep question. I mean, that would I would have to look at the budget.
Well, you look at it every month, you said.
I do look at it, but I don't forensically look at it. And I'm not really qualified as far as having researched it at this last set of financial statements, which just came out, to answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I do appreciate your diligence. And I guess we will move to the next applicant. And that is Robin Clifford.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Robin Clifford. I moved to the Ross Valley a little over 20 years ago when my husband began his career with the Marin Municipal Water District, an ongoing career for over 20 years. Over the course of that time, we bought a duplex, had some kids, volunteered at our local schools, volunteered with West Marin Little League, Sleepy Hollow Swim Team, and managed our rental. A little over 5 years ago, I began working with the town of San Anselmo in their administration and finance department. I began as a customer services representative, worked up to administrative services technician, payroll benefits technician, interim town clerk, and I'm now holding the role of senior accountant and finance supervisor for the department. I've held many roles, had many hats, and helped out however I could for the town of San Anselmo. We also provide financial services and HR support for the Ross Valley Fire Department. Over the last 5 years, I've begun to see the importance of the relationship between the staff and the town council through my work in San Anselmo. And I have been looking actively for ways to work with the town of Fairfax. I see that the Finance Committee does not have any public representation, so I have not been able to volunteer up until now, until this position became open. I see it as an opportunity to share resources between neighbors. We share a fire department, a climate action coordinator, and a bucket truck, in case you didn't know. I love to contribute knowledge and experience gained working in San Anselmo to my local community, Fairfax. I hope that my lack of participation up until now won't exclude me, because we all have to start somewhere in our civic volunteering journey. So thank you.
Thank you. And council members, questions? Councilmember Kohler.
Hi, Robin. Thank you for stepping up. Just wondering, how long have you lived in Fairfax?
So we moved to the Ross Valley over 20 years ago. We moved first to Fairfax, lived briefly in San Anselmo, and then bought our duplex up on Chester Avenue over 16 years ago.
Great. And should you be selected for this position, do you think in 2026, you would be interested in running for the position?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Other council members, questions?
I have a
Okay,
question.
Mr. Gurungeli, go ahead.
Do you regard this as a ceremonial job?
Well, I have seen that in the past, the former town treasurer, Janet Garvin, submitted the quarterly investment reports. And I am familiar with the process of creating staff reports and very familiar with reconciling the LAIF investment accounts. I reconciled those accounts for the 2 accounts that the town of San Anselmo holds, as well as the Ross Valley Fire Department. So I am familiar with the LAIF accounts and the process of creating a staff report. So if that was still an expectation for this position, I would be more than willing to participate. Mm-hmm.
Any other council members with questions?
A question?
Yes, Mr. Ayer. And I'm sorry, I'm not calling on you, not because I am not wanting to call on you, but sometimes I can't actually see you. So I'm doing my best. Okay, go ahead.
So you mentioned the Ross Valley Fire Department, and
Yes.
it's a consolidated department, Fairfax and San Anselmo Consolidated Fire Services in
And
82.
Ross, yes.
There's been proposals over the year to consolidate police services.
Mhm.
Would you be supportive of Fairfax joining the Central Marin Police Agency?
I'm not sure that I'm qualified to answer that. I think that San Anselmo is very happy with using, Central Marin Police. I don't know what Fairfax's needs would be, if that would be beneficial to their budget. But I would have to look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any more questions, Ms. Clifford? Okay, great. Then we are going to move on to the next applicant, and I believe
you.
that's, and thank you so much. Talia Friedman? Talia, sorry.
Hi, my name is Talia Friedman. I live just a couple blocks away. I've lived here since 2009, and I was excited to see this opportunity to fill in this appointed. Sure, sorry about that. Yes, of course, thank you. I was excited to see this appointed position become available, as I have long been volunteering for the town of Fairfax in various fund roles, and I'd like the opportunity to dive in a little bit more deeply into more a, well, ceremonial or not, call it what you will, but a more of a role where you get really involved in the more of the political and inner workings of the town. I have worked both professionally and voluntarily as a treasurer for the Yes Foundation, for the Ross Valley School District. I've worked for the PTAs, also in a bookkeeping role, both professionally and volunteer. I really do believe that volunteerism and service is what makes life worth living. So I'm very excited to have the opportunity to dive in here.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Councilmember Kohler.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman. And I just want to remind folks that I believe your son, Felix Schudlinder, was our mayor for the day last year. So, and we're happy to see that Felix has also joined as a youth member for the Open Space Committee. So that's great. Thank you for stepping forward. You talked a little bit about your background, PTA, Yes Foundation, doing treasure work. I noticed you have a master's in investment strategy. Is that correct?
Yes. In fact, when I first graduated college, I didn't know the difference between a stock and a bond, but I landed at an investment firm and I quickly learned and then decided I really love finance and dove deep into it and got a master's in finance, although I don't actually currently work in finance now.
Okay. And do you feel like, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to look at the treasurer's reports, but do you feel like, given a little bit of training in our software, that you'd be able to produce those reports as well as interact with our finance director, Michael Vivret, who's here, by the way?
Sure. I actually did a deep dive since I presented my application into the 130-page budget for the town. I was very impressed with all the level of detail. And yes, it is something that oversight, and not sorry, that's the wrong word to use, but just the level of detail and attention to detail that makes up to it is something within my scope.
Thank you.
Other questions, please?
Do you anticipate running in 2 years?
I've heard that question now asked of all of the people who have applied for the two different roles. I guess I would be hard pressed to say yes or no at this time, but potentially, yeah. I'd like to see what the role really does for me and does for the town, and how
That's honest.
if I can best serve the town. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing no further questions. Sorry, yes.
I don't know that we asked Ms. Clifford if she would be interested in, did we?
You don't have to ask it of everyone, and we didn't ask everyone on the clerk.
No, I know, but I would like to know.
We didn't.
Oh, okay.
I think I did.
I'm pretty sure you did.
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
She said she would run
Okay.
in 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think at this point, we're going to move to public comment. So that's 2 minutes apiece on the topic of who you would like to see be the town treasurer for now till 2026. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor Council. I have seen Deb Benson's name on so many times. She even ran for town council This is very crystal clear in my eyes that Deb Benson is the right selection for town treasurer. She's tuned in to our financials, and she is definitely a known. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. Sometimes Rick and I do agree, and I do appreciate his civic involvement. I also second Deborah Benson as your choice for appointed town treasurer, and I'm against appointing. It should be an election. Lacking in this discussion, though, is an answer to Councilwoman Hellman's question about what Deborah Benson's opinion was of the town's finances. And she didn't ask, and no one else asked each of the other candidates that. Councilwoman Hellman has stated on public record that the town doesn't have any debt. Yet in tonight's financial reports, there are 4 different line items showing debt service totaling $1,389,539. And it shows that the town, for the second year in a row, has a net operating deficit of $1,537,728. I think any candidate that you appoint, any applicant, should know the town's finances very well. And the one who knows them best is Deborah Benson. Now, that being said, I know you're going to ignore it because Barbara Kohler was gushing about somebody. The fix is in. It's clear by the last maneuver that you just did tonight. Fairfax voters do not want to be annexed by San Anselmo. You need to maintain independence. Respect the voters and the citizens of Fairfax, please. Appoint Deborah Benson and act independently rather than giving the town to San Anselmo. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Janet Garvin. I retired in December after 2.5 terms as treasurer of Town of Fairfax. I am here to support the appointment of Talia Friedman on the basis of her skills and training and her broad-based participation in many, many activities connected with the town. I think she would be an asset.
Thank you. Next, please.
Cindy Swift, I've got my pen to cross out town clerk and put in town treasurer. I support Deborah Benson's appointment for town treasurer. She's got the skills and abilities needed to do the job. She's well regarded within the community and is committed to serving Fairfax. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Pamela Meggs, 310 Cypress Drive, Fairfax. Many of us have known Deborah. Many of us know how involved she is. She has integrity, and we can trust her. I'm uncomfortable, and I don't like to say this, with people I do not know and I've never seen for this kind of a position. Knowing what I do as elected on the Ross Valley and looking at $40 million budgets, I need someone I know and trust, and I know her work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Sean Fitzgerald, Fairfax Park. I just would like to give my recommendation towards Deb Benson on this position. I just want to share a perspective from a citizen who I started out being able to get a coffee at the Fairfax Roastery in 15 minutes and get home, and now it takes me 2.5 hours. And that's because of the amount of conversations I have with other citizens in town, business owners, police, folks that were living in our, I can take 3 hours. My wife just says, goodbye, I'll see you later. The decisions that get made in this chamber weigh heavily on the citizens of Fairfax. And I can tell you, there is a discontentment brewing, deep, deep, deep discontentment amongst the people who stop me and ask me how we're going to change this. And these nominations tonight are really an indication of the resentment we have in town of the decision making. And we see incredibly involved Fairfax citizens who want these positions, who are qualified, and we're watching. I get it, they're Fairfax citizens as well, but they're town employees of another town get positions for roles that Fairfax people that are really involved really deserve. And I just want to tell you that this decision tonight is going to weigh very heavily.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, council. Excuse my voice. Integrity is something that we're not born with. Integrity is formed how we face our adversities. I've watched over 23 years Deb Benson come up and speak before this council, to this council, and for this council. She has certainly earned my respect. She has certainly exhibited integrity. She's been involved as long as I've owned my property. I feel the council would make a huge miss by not appointing her for this position. It would truly be a slap in the face of the citizens that asked for you to put this up for a vote. I appreciate everybody's qualifications and desire to do something, but when you have something so weighted in favor of somebody with the required skill sets, the tenacity, the integrity, and really the ability outside of the skill sets to do this job, it would be wrong not to appoint Deborah Benson. That said, I did look up on the rules of order, or Robert's Rules of Order. A substitute motion does get to supersede a motion if it had not been seconded. But for both motions, according to the Robert's Rules of Order, and I just text this to everybody up there, you have to discuss both motions and the merits of those motions before you conclude your vote. Thank you.
Next, please.
Linxian Bell, I live on Dominga in Fairfax, and I wanted to add my voice to support Deborah Benson for this position. Thanks.
Thank you. Oops, I'm sorry. Next, please.
I agree about Deborah, and I don't want this to turn into another everybody's agreeing and then the town council does something else. So I really want you to hear the people who are showing up and who do show up, and to understand that when we have a voice, that you get to listen to it because you are our representatives, and only one person didn't agree. Everybody else who's speaking wants Deborah, and I hope you get on board with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Deb London, Deb Benson, of course. You can't keep giving the town away to San Anselmo. I don't care that they live here, never seen their faces before. We've got very qualified people in our midst who have been committed to the town for decades. And you've already made up your mind, I hope not. What you just pulled with Linda Kenton was shameful, and it's quite unbelievable. And I think you should all be ashamed of yourself. And I'm just rather speechless. Deb Benson all the way. And also, while we're up here, I want to say, I completely did not understand Heather's incantation about how everything goes up to the manager. I feel like maybe we should buy her a crown, because I think it's insulting and ridiculous. Everything does not have to go up to her. If it does, then we indeed need a new change in our form of government, because this girl
Can you please talk about the town clerk position and not
I am.
staff? Okay. 'cause
I am. No, I'm going to say what I want to say.
No, but you
because
need
this
you
is
need to
when
stay on
everyone-
topic because
I
of
am
Brown
on
Act
topic.
requires. Okay, thank
Because
you.
she seems to think she controls this town, and maybe she does. So we need a change in the form of government. And I think a huge olive branch would be to have Deborah Benson as our treasurer. And I also want to say, you guys, you three ladies are not doing yourselves any favor by always voting the same. This is a covenant, and it's going to not work for you. There is a huge storm brewing, and don't sit here and say, oh, it's the same people over and over. That's what you did with rent control, and there were thousands of people against you.
Thank you. Now, okay, I'm not going to
More.
have a
Recall.
here anymore.
One
clapping.
more.
And we will all clear the chambers. So please keep quiet and be respectful. Thank you,
Should we
Mr.
be
Bell.
calling out for food or what? Mark Bell. Ceremonial. Everything seems to be ceremonial. Why were these positions there to begin with if they're so ceremonial? I mean, how much ceremony do we have in Fairfax? Obviously, since the new town manager, we seem to have a lot. I want to know somebody who I can ask and get answers, because when we ask, as the public, ask the town council for answers, we don't get them. Like there was recently several questions about how much was spent on the road bond. There was 32,000 plus for the consultant, but there was nothing when we asked about lawyers, bond experts, bond consultant, expert lawyers, expert law, et cetera. We never got a price. I want to have a treasurer I can go to and say, we're not getting these answers. Can you get me this answer? Like I want to know where the $1,000 in November went to take the banners down, because our public works people are the ones who took them down. And we have an agreement with, in purchasing a cherry picker with San Anselmo. We don't pay them on a per use basis. There was $1,000 approved. I think that was brought up by the town manager. I asked who got the money. I'm still waiting for an answer.
So, Mr. Bell, do you have a
So this
treasurer
is my
pick?
point. I'm talking about a treasurer, and I don't think that it's a ceremonial position. You know, when I've asked in the past about things, I remember Michelle Gardner saying, well, we don't file things in a certain way so that it's really hard to get the information. Like I wanted to know on some consultants for this other bogus thing.
Thank you. That's
It
enough.
took her
Thank you.
weeks to
Thank
get
you.
it to me.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, you're so welcome.
Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak, or can we move to Zoom? Okay, I think we're going to move to Zoom. Yes. Are you speaking or turning? Thank you so much. Okay. Can we move to Zoom, please?
There is one speaker on Zoom. Jane, you are unmuted.
Oops, I guess by now I know you can hear me. A nod, yes?
Yes.
Good, okay, thank you. I just want to support Deborah Benson for all the reasons I was supporting her for town clerk, but specifically, she has the financial knowledge and background and interest to do the job and do a really great job. I have to say, I also am very uncomfortable with getting just a little too cozy with San Anselmo. I think San Anselmo's lovely, but San Anselmo was San Anselmo. We are Fairfax, and we would like to stay Fairfax. I think Deborah could have a wonderful relationship with Robin. They could compare information, trade, whatever would be helpful to both towns. But coupling it too much together like that, I think is really uncomfortable. And since you've already appointed someone who is mostly in San Anselmo rather than Fairfax to be the town clerk, I think it would really be a grievous error and a mistake and a stick in the eye of the public if you do that again with this position. So I'm asking you respectfully, please, she may have had issues with various things that have happened in the town, but she's loyal to Fairfax. She's never wanted anything for Fairfax that wasn't good for Fairfax. She's paid her dues. She's lived here a long time. She shows up. She's here. She's a face people know, a name people know. She's been loyal to you. Stephanie, she was your she was your treasurer. And how you could not have her back is that's a very sad thing to see. And Barbara, you've known her for a long time too. You maybe don't agree about everything, but that's not necessary, is it? Do we have to all be in lockstep about every little thing? Please just give someone from Fairfax a chance. Thank you.
I'm sorry, please calm down. Okay, so we are going to move on now to deliberation and motions. And
I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
So I want to say, I've heard a lot of folks supporting Deb Benson, but I also see that hearing from our town treasurer for 2 terms, who has also served as my campaign treasurer, as well as on some tax measures I ran for this town, carries a lot of weight. And I would make a motion to support Talia Friedman.
Excuse me, no. You need to calm down and you need to be respectful. Thank you. And I'm also going to I need to clarify one more thing. There's no shouting from the audience. That when people keep saying people are from San Anselmo, they are Fairfax residents, just like everyone else that has applied. That is a qualification for applying. You can't not be a Fairfax resident and apply for these positions. So let's move on. Is there a second or other discussion from the
I'll
dais?
second the motion.
Okay, that's okay. I don't think there needs to be deliberation. Does there need to be deliberation? Okay.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to vote for Deb Benson.
I'll second that substitute motion, even though I don't think substitute motions are in order.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion to.
I'd like to add something
Okay,
to
just
that
a second.
motion. The motion, I counted a large majority. First of all, thanks to all the people that applied, and quite everyone's qualified, there's no doubt. But as far as support goes, if this was an elected position, Deb Benson would win tonight overwhelmingly. So it doesn't take that much time to figure out what just happened now. So I want to point that out to the rest of my council members.
Can I just point out something? So we are very fortunate in Fairfax that we have a number of people that come to our meetings, either on Zoom or in person. But I also want to say, having lived in this town 28, going on 29 years, for many years, I was working full-time, working 80 hours a week and traveling for work. I did not have the opportunity to participate in town affairs until things eased up a little bit for me. And I want to say that there are people, if this went to a vote, Deb, be quiet for once. I just want to say that if this went to a vote, there are many people that are busy living their lives at home or not, traveling for work, that might have voted a different way than what the people in this room said. Deb, be quiet and be respectful for once. So
that is enough. Please, you need to be quiet or I'm going to
So
adjourn the
let's-
meeting. So you need to be quiet. I'm going to call a break if you don't be quiet.
So I
Let's
think
move on.
we have the substitute motion.
So we have a substitute motion to appoint Deb Benson as treasurer, and I believe we need to do a vote on that first, and then we move on to the original motion, which is to appoint, if it doesn't pass. So I think we need to start out with a substitute motion to appoint. You need to be quiet now. Thank you.
Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
No.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
No.
Mayor Blash.
No.
For the record, Frank and I won in a landslide. You guys are denying the will of the people.
Okay, I'm going to, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm sorry. We need to get finished with this and we're going to take a 5-minute break. Yep. We need to finish the vote now. You need to be quiet now. Thank you. So we're going to finish this and then we're going to take a 5-minute break. Deb, stop. You're an adult. We need to move on and finish this vote, please. We're going to finish this vote.
Councilmember Ager,
What's the motion again?
To appoint Talia Friedman, and it was seconded by Vice Mayor Hellman.
No.
Councilmember Garanghelli,
No.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes, and thank you to all the candidates who are very qualified.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break and then we're going to move on to the next thing. We're going to be back up here at 9:06. Thank you. Okay, it's 9:07. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We need to move on to the Fairfax Festival presentation. And if you would like to continue your conversation, you can take it outside, but we do need to get the town's business done. So if we could have all the council members back on the dais, it would be very helpful. Right. Yep. Okay, we're now going to receive a presentation on an update on the 2025 Fairfax Festival. And I'd like to welcome Larry Bragman. Can you please let me know how this is going to proceed? Is Mr. Bragman going to present or is the staff going to present as well? How is it going to work?
Larry, if you don't mind, I could tee it up and then hand it over to you.
Sure.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I want to thank Larry for being here to talk about the Fairfax Festival. I asked him to do this because I think it's an event of much interest to the entire town and something that people really value. And over the years, we've had, a number of questions. So really just wanted to kind of bring it up before the festival actually occurs and be able to have a discussion, ask questions. There's no specific decision that you need to make tonight, although you're always free to give staff direction. So with that, Christine was able to find some good pictures at the very, very last minute. So thank you. Second slide, please. So as you may know, the Fairfax Festival is a very important and well enjoyed part of the town. And Larry will talk more about, all of the great things that happen during the festival. The reason that I wanted him to talk about the festival today is, as you know, the festival receives in-kind services from the town, including street closure, use of the public spaces, promotion in the town's newsletter, website, etc. Some event coordination from the staff and as well as volunteers and the organizers, including Larry as a volunteer in that. And then the town basically acts as the fiscal agent for the festival. So checks that they need written or checks that they receive for the most part go through the town system because they're not like an incorporated 501c3 or something like that. So that's a service that government agencies sometimes provide to specific groups that are doing work that the town finds in the public good or in the public value. Second Next slide, please. So there are, and you see that reflected in the budget. There's one sheet in the budget that talks about the Fairfax Festival. There are expenses associated with the festival. And the big one for the town is labor. So the entire police department is basically on OT for the entire time, and as well as the Department of Public Works and some recreation staff. And we included a chart of an estimate of some of the amount of time that they spend, because that's significant. You saw in the information that Larry provided, there's a request for some budget items. Previously, at least in the years that I've been here, the town hasn't provided, and so, like, for example, in this year's budget, there isn't a provision where the council allocated funds for the festival for things like, they pay for the Conservation Corps to do some litter cleanup and other things, which I'm sure Larry can explain more. They pay for, T-shirts and other promotional materials, the posters that we all enjoy. They also have an admin staff that the festival hires. It is not a town employee. It's not that position is not taking direction from the town, and that's sometimes confused. So I wanted to make that clear. So as the fiscal agent, the town then doesn't direct Larry or his team on, what they can and can't buy, or how much they can and can't spend, those kinds of things. So I just want to also kind of make that clear, because it can be a little confusing. It feels like a town event, but it's a fiscal, agent responsibility, not it's not a program of the town in the way that, say, the
Can I just interrupt and
yeah.
say, move the mic closer, because you speak kind of quietly and it's a little far away.
Thank you.
Sorry.
And every time as the night wears on, I get softer, so I apologize. Next slide, please. So just some suggested next steps here, because I know, this is an unusual item in that I'm not asking you for a decision necessarily. But one of the things, or some of the things that I'm hoping to get out of this discussion is, does the council want more discussion or more information? And we have Larry here to answer questions, and also our finance director, Michael Vivret, to answer questions on, how the town interacts. Does the council have questions or direction they'd like to send towards the festival committee? They don't, the council doesn't run the festival committee, but obviously there's a relationship there. The festival committee is asking for some funding. You saw that. And then, just wanted to, again, reiterate, not necessarily this isn't agendized for a decision, but really as a discussion. And you could, if you choose, give staff direction. So with that, I want to turn it over to Larry, and then let you know that Michael is also here available for questions. Thank you.
Good evening. So Fairfax Festival is organized and planned and operated by the Fairfax Festival Committee, which is a group of dedicated volunteers, local volunteers. We're a grassroots organization. The festival with the volunteers has grown tremendously in the last 20 years. We added EcoFest about 20 years ago, opened up the pavilion, which had been sort of a darkened corner of the town for a long time. And then most recently, we added the ball field. So effectively, the festival has doubled in size in the last 20 years. And so have the services that we're required to provide to make sure that it's done correctly and safely. And we, frankly, have struggled to break even every year. But as you could see from Michael's summary that I submitted to you with my statement, we actually have been in the black the last couple of years. But we would like to improve what we're delivering to the town. So North Bay Conservation Corps is a great group, but we need them, we need more of them. And we've cut back on their service and it shows. There's more garbage, there's more litter. We're not reducing our waste. We're supposed to be a zero waste event and we're a ways away from accomplishing that. Another thing that's come up this year is the broadband reception in the festival grounds is bad. Our merchants aren't able to, they don't have the bandwidth to really download credit cards, pay for services and goods. And that's something else we'd like to improve that is, could be somewhat costly, not huge, but probably a couple $1,000s. So we would like to improve what we're delivering to the town. And we think it's an important part of the town. I mean, there's so much getting swept away, local community culture, local community. And the festival is something that has endured and is really something that we would like to continue. Most recently, we've been trying to kind of fold in the Parks and Recs Commission, so we have more of a structure, a foundation, instead of just being an ad hoc committee. One of the things I mentioned is that some of the finances, if we don't have the funds, EcoFest will throw in money. We've paid for bike parking. We rebuilt the stage. We rebuilt the bathrooms in the ball field, et cetera, et cetera. But the assistance we would like you to consider is more like what I would call utilities and infrastructure, which would be picking up the garbage, making sure the town is in good shape when the festival is done, maybe helping with broadband. We're going to go forward this year. We appreciate the collaboration with the town. We've had great relations with the police department. Michael and his team have been fabulous. They have taken very rough accounting data from us and turned out professional spreadsheets, which really account for, most every dollar that's brought in. So we greatly appreciate the support of the town. It would be nice if we could expand that to give the town a little better service. But any questions you guys have, I'd be happy to discuss with you.
Question.
I'm going to start with Mr. Garanghelli and move on to Ms. Kohler.
Mr. Garanghelli would like to speak. Thank you. You can call me Mike. It's okay.
I will try to be less formal.
That's
Thank
good.
you.
I like Mike. In the meantime, so Larry, you guys have been doing a great job. I'm when I was on the Park and Rec Commission, it was many moons ago, and they had a big role in the festival. So that's a smart move to bring them into the fold. The only suggestion I have is not for this year, because this year's in full motion, but I think for the future, I think we should seriously consider, for a couple reasons, a combination of a professional promoter and and the volunteers, of course, and the Park and Rec, and we can take in potentially significantly more money with more sponsors and more just revenue coming in, and it could be something that could make $50,000 or $100,000, and that would be one thing I would suggest. Don't get rid of the volunteers, but add that professional type of company. Doesn't guarantee necessarily that it's going to be wildly successful with them, but I think that I've seen a lot of towns do it and without knowing all their numbers, but I've heard some good results. And I'm sure there's some nightmare stories too, but you have to pick the right person and the right company. But that's my only suggestion. So good job, great work. Thanks for all your efforts.
Thank you. Could I respond briefly?
Please.
So Novato does like a professional organizer comes in rather, and puts on their show. But I'll say this, Fairfax Festival has been voted the best festival by the Pacific Sun many, many times over the last couple decades. And we are not a generic festival. We are a festival. We are a grassroots festival. A lot of the talent that performs is from Fairfax. Our stage managers are all from Fairfax. About 4 years ago, after George Floyd, we decided at EcoFest, we got to pay the talent. And so it's been kind of an evolving process for us as far as the culture and the community that we've tried to encourage. And as much as I know some of these professional groups raise money, it really is a fundamental change in sort of the type of product, the type of entertainment, the type of exhibitors. And anyway, just a word of caution there. That's all. Thank you. Thank you for your praise.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Kohler.
Yeah, hi Larry. I have a few questions, or several actually. So I don't think the festival is a 501c3.
No.
And I'm wondering if it were to be a 501c3 or affiliate with somebody that was a C3 or C4 or whatever they are, do you think you could get like sponsorships, more sponsorships, because businesses could write that off as a charitable deduction? Is this something, I mean, I realize that takes bandwidth, but I'm just wondering if there's some thought to maybe affiliating with a nonprofit, maybe the chamber or somebody like that, that you could start getting more sponsorships so you could be more out of the black.
Okay. So all the revenue that comes in for fees for exhibitors and sponsors are payable to the town of Fairfax, which I believe qualifies as a tax deductible expense. So I don't really know if and Mike has been a sponsor. I mean, maybe he knows better than I do, but the revenue checks are made payable to the town of Fairfax is what I'm saying.
Okay, so just before I ask the next question, so Mike, I know like when I was on Open Space, we're a 501c something. And so anything that came in for donations was a charitable deduction for Open Space. So for the festival, as we're the fiscal agent, do sponsorships, can they take a charitable deduction for that?
Okay, well, first a correction. When people pay money to the town for the festival, they can only write off things if they're not getting goods and services back in exchange. So
no,
somebody
but
who buys a booth or something like
No,
that.
I'm not talking about the
I-
buying the
I
booth.
understand.
I'm talking about like, let's say
Sponsorships.
Deer Park Villa decided to sponsor, just $10,000 towards the
So
festival.
normally a business like Michael's, if they donated as part of a sponsorship, might write it off as advertising. Yeah, rather than a charitable contribution. So they might get a business deduction for it.
So if they wanted, I'm just saying, let's go back to if a business like Good Earth wanted to sponsor the festival and they wrote it, and it's no goods and services. They're writing a check to the town that would go into the festival fiscal, whatever you call it. Can they take that as a charitable deduction?
Sorry. So what I have always been told is that the town can't make a determination whether it qualifies as a charitable donation. That's something that we would ask the business or individual to contact their tax advisor?
Okay, well, just something that, I've been kind of noodling about is a way of, getting more folks to pony up without getting goods and services.
I mean, maybe we've actually increased our revenue on sponsorships quite a bit
Okay.
in the last couple of years. So, I mean, I think the business community, Mike and others recognize that it's a good draw. It's a magnet. People have reunions at the Fairfax Festival.
Oh, I know.
So I think it's, we increased sponsorship fees quite a bit in the last couple of years.
Okay, well, excellent. And I mean, that would be nice to see, since what we're trying to do is kind of a better understanding in the future, it might be nice to see how that goes.
Sure.
And then forgive me for my ignorance, but I've been going to the Fairfax Festival for years. Can you explain to me what the difference is between EcoFest and Fairfax Festival? Because honestly, I think it's in the pavilion, but I don't see a big difference.
So EcoFest started as just a committee about 20 years ago, with the intention of sort of broadening the festival's scope to a little bit more than just music, food, and drink. So we started doing more environmental sustainability exhibitions in the pavilion. The pavilion had sort of been not really that well utilized up until that time. It had sort of fallen out of favor. It was not in great shape. And we thought it was sort of this iconic building that really deserved more attention. And so we started, I mean, the main focus when we started EcoFest was to do this kind of educational, more family-oriented thing. And that was sort of the original idea. So we were just sort of another group, another committee that was an exhibitor at the festival. And it became kind of, it grew, as did the festival. And it's endured. I'm not sure if it's going to continue to endure as long as it has, but it's been able to invest back into the festival. So we're the only group that actually pays for our own music stage. We produce our own music stage. We have Tom Finch, our amazing manager of that stage. He's been with us for many, many years. We've raised money that we've put back into the community. We have helped improve some of the facilities on the town, ballroom, ball field bathrooms. The green stage was originally built in my backyard with Jay Simo. And then more recently, we've been making grants to the community. We made a grant to the Fairfax San Anselmo Children's Center last year, Coast Miwok the year before. The wine workers up in Sonoma that got burned out in 2017, 2018, we gave them contribution. I mean, and these are contributions, multi-$1,000 contributions. So we try to plow back the money into the festival and into the community.
So
Can I make one more suggestion, please?
just ask a question though. Are there separate pots of money for what's EcoFest versus the Fairfax Festival?
So the
Michael's nodding his head yes.
The fund, EcoFest is funded through its wine and beer sales. So we, as part of the exhibition up at the pavilion, we had our music stage was originally behind the pavilion on the steps, and we had a beer booth, and then we had what was then, I think, the first organic wine tasting in Marin, maybe the Bay Area. And that was very successful. And that went on for many years. And that's how we funded ourselves.
So can I ask, in the chart that we have on the staff report, is that reflective only of the Fairfax Festival, or does it also include the EcoFest money?
Could I clarify? So all beer and wine vendors pay 40% of their gross back to the festival.
Okay.
So whether it's the firefighters, the Native Sons, Fairfax San Anselmo Children's Center, or EcoFest, all of those beer and wine vendors provide an accounting to the festival, and they pay 40% of the gross sales back to the festival. Those funds are reflected in the budget that Mike prepared.
Okay.
And we also have, the specific accountings from each that we
Okay.
provide to Mike.
Okay, and
I
Mike wants,
have a suggestion, and that would be because over the course of the decades, I was involved with this as well. And so I hope you're working very closely. I think the Chamber of Commerce would benefit greatly, and the merchants would benefit greatly if you work closely with the Chamber of Commerce, who, by the way, has the 501c3.
see something.
So I think working with the Chamber of Commerce makes a lot of sense, and put the money back into our community. And work with them closely. I think that would be
And
very
so
smart.
last year, we gave up the wine concession. We just didn't have the bandwidth to do it. It's a lot of work. So that we gave that to the chamber. So the chamber is a chamber vendor, and they'll be operating that wine booth again behind the pavilion. So we are working with them. They have cooperated with us with their 501c3. We need that in order to get our ABC license. So there is a relationship there, and that actually has gotten a little closer.
So I have a few more questions. And I'm sorry, but
I'm just going to check really quick. So the two of you also have questions at some point? Okay. So if you can do yours, and then I want to move.
okay, well, I mean, I prepared for this, and so I'd like to know, so here we are, and looking at the chart that's attached to the staff report, our entire police department is on for those 2 days, and that's all overtime. And I see that, I mean, you just took over in 2022, so you inherited what looks like a negative fund balance due to the town. And I'm wondering, are we on some sort of a payment plan to make that right? I mean, I realize you inherited this, Larry, so I'm just trying to ask you where we are, because, I mean, it shows that for 24, 25, we've got about a 32,000 due to us just for.
Oh, I'd like to do an accounting and see where that is a deficit that's been carried forward for a long time. I know that we were in the black last year about 10,000, and the year before that, I think about maybe 1,500. So I don't know if that surplus has been applied to that so-called debt.
Well,
It
hasn't, because this chart just reflects what is due. So
honestly, I really don't know how that's calculated. When I wrote my report, I didn't have the staff report, and I would like to make a couple comments about the staff report.
Okay, well, let's.
Well, it relates to the
Okay.
so-called deficit, okay?
Okay.
So in the staff report, for example, there's an indication that 8 hours of staff time is devoted to delivering and setting up the event infrastructure like tents, tables, waste receptacles. That hasn't happened for years. I mean, Public Works helps us. We love our Public Works guys, but the reality is that Abby Lentz sets up the tents, delivers the tables. They do all that for us now. When we started growing and using tents, we used to put them up ourselves. It was like a circus. We would literally be putting up our tents and stuff behind the pavilion. But that changed because when Richard retired, former chairman Richard Pedamonte, we lost our connection for the free tents and stuff. So Abby Rents stepped in, and they bring a crew of people that do the setup. So that 8 hours is not happening. According to Renee, who is the queen of recycling and trash, we do all our own trash and recycling. So the item of 12 hours of staff time for garbage and recycling, we hired North Bay Conservation Corps to do that. And we
Okay.
also hired two local labor people to go around the town and take care of the garbage receptacles. So I'm not sure that, everything in this report reflects really the current situation or the situation we've had for quite a while.
Okay, well, that's something I think would be worth you guys getting together. Just a couple more questions is that you were asking for the town to consider some more funding toward North Bay Conservation Corps. What I didn't see in your chart was how much that was that you were.
So last year, Renee actually sent me an email yesterday. So last year, we paid North Bay $8,000 last year, and
Okay,
we cut them back,
okay.
and it was not adequate.
Okay, can I just ask you my second question on that? You also talked about children's activities, and I couldn't tell from your chart, because I know there's a bouncy house that's like $3,000. Is that, what was the amount that you were thinking of for the children's activities?
To put a rough number on it, I'd say 5.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
I would say if we could get an additional, 5,000 for that, 5,000 for garbage, that would be an increase, 10,000. That would help. And I would say between the two of them, they're both very important, obviously, but really the ball field and the children, that is kind of a new thing. And it's a really important thing because the demographics in Fairfax are changing. We have a lot of young families that need these kind of facilities. And that's why we added it. But, I got an email from an entertainer that does a puppet show, and it was like 20-minute show, $500. And then he was like, 25-minute show, $600, 30-minute show, $650. And
Everything's a lot.
And I wrote back and I said, how many shows do you do a day? And he said, that's for each show. So it's very, very expensive to do these things.
I just wanted to say something that I had thought in looking at this. You've mentioned that the ending fund balance is probably not right. One of the things I was thinking is we consider something like wiping out 15,000 of that and have you guys on a payment plan to get us down to 0 on that. And then you guys go forward with these types of things. So just something to think about, as a way of moving forward. I have plenty of friends who said, I grew up at the Fairfax Festival. I have plenty of friends who say, I love to get drunk at the Fairfax Festival. So many people did a lot of not getting drunk things at the Fairfax Festival. It's a wonderful thing. And I appreciate you stepping up and taking over in 2022. And, I'm sure it's crazy making. So appreciate all your work.
It's
Thank
mostly
you, Larry.
fun. It's mostly
It's
good.
also fun.
Yeah, it's mostly good.
A labor of love.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I have some questions.
Fire away.
Yeah, so my observation of after living here for I don't know how long I've been here, 23 years now, the festival has become a destination. Obviously, it's our beloved local event, but it is a destination for the county and possibly beyond. And it has really grown. I've seen it, right, as you described. And so I just feel that, and we're talking about this now, it needs more structure and it needs some documented process. That I would feel a lot better having that documented process of what happens between the town from a financial standpoint, what happens between the town and this volunteer committee, which I completely appreciate that it's volunteer, but you do want to hire someone. I would really appreciate that role included in the scope of that role of the admin is really, keeping good records of all the expenses. And I would, and have an ongoing, relationship with Michael. So Michael, on the slide that, or the chart that Larry made some corrections to, the omitting the 8 hours for event setup and the trash collection, et cetera. Is all of these hours translated into dollars on this budget? Are we seeing those numbers in the budget? And if so, where are they?
So one of the things that, I had discussions with, I think Allison about was the fact that, the town contributes a lot of non-monetary things to this whole thing. There's the parks that would normally be rented out. Those are all free. You've got,
So all the in-kind that Heather described in the beginning.
in-kinds, the financial support, the Public Works group isn't just setting up tents, they're also involved with cleaning up after everything, putting up parking signs. There's other things that they do too.
Definitely.
One of the things that we decided at some point to do was to get a 5,000 reimbursement for police and Public Works overtime. You don't see that happening in
Okay,
recent
but just
years.
before you continue,
Okay.
would you mind answering my question? Because I just very specifically, so the numbers in this chart translated into dollars is not on your budget. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's not on the budget.
No,
May I?
Okay,
that's not a budget. That's cash activity.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If I may, we asked the staff where, like, how much time do they think they spend on the festival? And
Right.
so that reflects that, but it's not a direct,
it's not
you're
in the
absolutely
expenses.
right.
Yeah, because in my mind, I'm building a budget. I'm trying in my mind, right? Looking at the expenses so we can have a go forward understanding of what this amazing, wonderful event that we all love and want to continue and have a sustainable model, right? Because I really do think it's grown to a point where we need to be having this conversation and getting really clear on roles and money, et cetera. So it's not in here.
No.
Okay. But the OT for the police department is not in here either.
No, it had, what we run into a conundrum at the end of the year, if you have a negative fund balance, you can't really transfer money. You have no funds to transfer over to the general fund to reimburse for the overtime, et cetera. So it's not an expense. It's a reimbursement of
Right.
expenses that are in the general fund. But if there's no funds in the festival fund, we can't transfer that over. So
Okay. So Larry, so you've been on page, God, what does this say? 64? Oh, this is attachment A. It's page 64 of the overall fiscal year budget. Do you see this?
Yes,
So we're showing that you are in the black for the past couple of years,
right.
right? Like in 23, 24, which was just last year, right? 820.
24. Yeah.
Well,
Your budget 23, 24.
yeah, exactly, because the festival happens just before the end of the fiscal
Correct.
year. So you were in the black 820 last year, but then you're starting the
We were in the black 11,000 last year.
Okay, so
yes,
I don't
Stephanie,
know.
you're looking at the budget.
Pardon me?
You're looking at the budget.
I'm looking at this, Larry.
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
budget.
that's okay. That's page attachment A. I got you.
So
There's a net income statement attached to my report.
right, but what I'm looking at is that it's puzzling why you're in the black and then you start with a negative fund balance. And that's because of what I understand is that's because of the overtime.
That's because of an accumulation of not refreshing the $5,000, right, that is assigned as a cost to put on the festival for the town. This is going back years.
Yeah, if I can summarize, back in 2019, though that just pre-COVID,
Yeah.
the festival had not adjusted revenues, et cetera, and they actually ran into a couple of years there where they had deficits. Okay, so when we came into 2021, they were carrying a $19,000 deficit. Actually, that was carried through from previous years because we had some years there where we didn't have the festival. One year.
COVID shut it down.
Right. COVID
2 years,
shut
I
it
think.
down. Right.
Yeah.
Then in 2022, we had a $14,000 shortfall because the revenues were still hadn't been adjusted at that point. And that's really when we decided to really come in and lend some advice to the way that we might be able to improve the way it was happening. So
But
at
in that
point, they were 34,000 in the hole.
But have you, and I'm not looking for,
Mhm.
what was it communicated? Because I don't know that Larry and the group had an understanding that they are actually in debt to the town. So, I mean, was that communicated?
I mean, this debt issue, I mean, it's kind of a paper debt, truthfully. Sorry to say, but I mean, I honestly don't know when this debt started accumulating. And we're a town-sponsored event, so it's a little peculiar that, I mean.
Okay, I just want there to be transparency and a go forward process, because I don't want, you to have one perception and us to have another perception. I want it to be clear that we're all marching to the same beat.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that's possible because when, I mean, in my estimation, it's a town-sponsored event. We do our best to break even and put on a good event for the town, which is, I think, a net benefit for the town.
Yeah.
So to say, that there's been an accumulation over a period of, I don't know how many years, of a deficit more than a debt. I mean, I think calling it a debt is a little misleading. I think it's a deficit. It hasn't broken even. And
it's a negative fund balance.
Yeah. Should that be carried over year to year and be held over our head as a debt? I don't think so, but I'm not in your seat. So we do our best to break even. We had a surplus last year that is sitting in the town coffers. So
I just clarify something you said before you go on. So we have 21, our entire police department on for 2 days, right? Based on this chart, the other chart. But you said that the town has agreed that to pay for police and public works overtime, we charge the festival $5,000.
$5,000 flat fee.
Okay, so nowhere, so when you say town-sponsored event, that's a huge give that the town has done, not asking for, I mean, a tremendous amount of money for overtime for the entire police department and public works to work the whole weekend. But I'm not debating that that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I just wanted to clarify. So it's 5,000. So we're not, no way we're trying to get whole there. We're just trying to get some sort of a reimbursement.
Yeah, I think it was a recognition of the fact that town had money that it was actually spending on employees for overtime, not for their salaries, just regular salaries, but for the overtime portion of it, and getting a reimbursement for that.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't
uh,
want to negate or minimize the value of the town's help and collaboration.
Of course.
That's what's made it successful.
Of course, because everyone's in on it. Okay, well, do you have any thoughts about how we can, do you need the finance department's support in building a budget that we can all kind of live with and feel comfortable with?
Based on last year, I'd say we're pretty comfortable right now. And our collaboration with your finance department and Mike and his staff has been,
Does your budget
has been-
recognize overtime? I think there needs to be some give there.
that's not in our budget.
Okay, that's what I think we need to talk about.
Well, I mean, it's been an ongoing conversation for about 20 years, honestly. So, I mean, like I said, I'm here to really ask for more support, not less. So, I mean, honestly, it is a town-sponsored event. It puts the town in a good light. I think it's an integral part of our community.
So when you said more support, you want the 5,000 for the garbage and you want 5,000. When you say more support, what's the ask?
It would be that. It would be some help for the garbage and sponsorship of the ball field for the kids.
And no requirement of the festival to fund or co-fund the overtime.
It is the best we can do is, I think, what the town is doing now, which is doing an estimate of really what it costs and just assigning a value to it.
Well, what we know is that if the
Could I just-
festival
could
didn't
I say one
exist, the entire police department wouldn't be working overtime. That's the thing.
You would have, you have 2 extra patrolmen working during the daytime. You always have 1 or 2 on duty anyway.
I was told the whole department is working
Right.
that
but
weekend.
On a regular weekend, you're going to have patrol officers and probably a sergeant on duty all the time.
But in this chart, it shows that we have traffic and parking management patrol and it's 21 number of staff. So that's the entire police department. And true, we always have 2 on with the exception of between 3 and 7 in the morning, which is not when the
So I'm
festival's
just saying-
going on.
I have a question of staff.
Can I wait just a
much-
second before you make a question of staff? I think Mr. Egger has been waiting to ask questions and I want to
Could I
make sure we
just
get to
throw-
him.
Could I just throw in one thing?
Yeah.
When you talk about a budget for an event like this, it is very unpredictable what our revenue is going to be. It depends on the weather. It depends on the timing. It depends on a lot of things that are out of our control. So we do our best to nitpick our rentals, to eliminate unnecessary costs, and to attack our budget. As I learned from Councilman Girangelli, you attack the biggest budget item first, which for us is actually rentals. So we looked at rentals, we scrutinized rentals very carefully to make sure we're not getting extra things. But I'm just saying revenue is very unpredictable and it's very tough for us to budget revenue. Budgeting costs, we do.
Frank, do you have a
Okay.
question?
Yeah.
I have a
Okay, so,
I have a great
yeah.
idea.
So I'm going to prioritize you because you've been waiting very patiently, unless you want to have him go first. But
So just, in looking at the expenses, I see recycling was 7,993. Yeah, at one time, the garbage company, Marin Sanitary Service, provided garbage and recycling for the event. And it may have been actually in the contract itself, but it wasn't in this year's contract. Was it in a contract at one time?
It was in the one I negotiated, but it got taken out.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't have bragged.
No, well, we should have checked with you with more people before we adopted that contract. Yeah. So, and that's the 8,000 that you pay North Bay.
Yeah. And then we also pay 2 local laborers to go around. And
Local people picking up, collecting bags, storing them.
going around downtown, removing, the bags from the receptacles, picking up garbage, you name it.
So bottom line, what are we talking here? How much are you asking for a waiver of the overtime? Are you asking for more funding for certain parts of it? What?
I mean, yeah, the ask would be to help fund the garbage and help fund the ball field.
The ball field itself.
Yeah, there's just, it's expensive. It's a huge area for us to supervise. And it's very, like I said before, the demographics of Fairfax are changing. This is a facility that people want. They want a quiet place.
So what's the cost of the ball field event that's put on? What are we talking here?
It's probably 5,000 to 7,500. I mean, I think the jumping, is like $3,000.
Can I give my idea?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Frank, go ahead.
Just and on the sponsorship, my business sponsors events and quite often, and we just deduct it as a business expense for advertising. So you don't have to be donating to 501c3, although some of the groups that I sponsor are nonprofits, but I take it as a deduction under advertising because I have banners up at huge events in Sonoma County with my business name on it, and it's good for me, good for business. So go ahead, Mike.
Okay, so Mr.
Okay, I'd like to
Mike.
just make some a suggestion, some business ideas. Number one, when it says here sponsors, it says $16,500. Is that what people paid to like have banners hung up and sponsored? Okay, because
We have the presenting.
I think there's a lost opportunity here that we can, and I'd like to take you like later, like this next week or whatever, and let's focus on raising more money on the revenue side. There's still some expense side that maybe can go down. I think I'm a third of this sponsorship. That's not that much money, 16,500. I mean, it's a lot of money, but it's not a lot. We could do better.
We did raise fees.
Is that what you raised, was 16.5?
Last
That's
year.
what it says.
Last year.
I'm
but-
just saying there's opportunities to go out and get better and more money from different organizations that will help pay for everything. That's what went back. We don't need a professional to go ask for more money. I can help you do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Because the town is given a lot. And by the way, my question to the town staff was, how much money again do we take in sales tax in a year's time? There's a correlation, of course, I'm about to make.
You mean
thousand,
in
couple
total for
million?
sales tax?
Couple million in sales tax?
I'd say that, yeah.
Yeah. So let's face it, when we do this kind of stuff, whether it's the farmer's market or the town festival, we are bringing commerce into town.
Yeah.
It's probably the biggest day of the year for any business in town. It's usually their biggest, not for everybody, but for a lot of people. And which they need, by the way, because there's a lot of days in between, right?
Yeah.
So, but it's a magnet. It puts Fairfax on the map. I think it's a good investment for the town to help with things like the police department or the fire department, all that kind of stuff. But I do think I can help personally make a better effort to raise more money.
Okay.
And help your other expenses that you're asking for. I don't think we should ask. And by the way, if we come up short, maybe we'll come back to the council and ask them again. But
Okay.
I think that we can raise that 10,000. What is it? 15, 10? How much are looking for?
I mean, I don't have a specific number.
You don't?
I just,
Okay, well,
I
but
just
that's
know
by the way, that's a pretty good, I
we
think.
have a big hole with the ball field right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'll work with you, Larry, to help raise
Okay.
money. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
That way
Thank
we
you.
don't have to spend any on the council.
So I think one of the things that we need to just keep in mind that it's 10 o'clock, and that doesn't mean we have to do anything, but at 10:30 we'll have to vote, and we still have another meaty item to deal with. But I did have a couple questions. So first off, if indeed the council wants to take up the idea of donating more money or giving more money to the festival, what would the mechanism be for making that decision? Is that tonight? Is it something we talk about during the budget process? What would that be?
I would just suggest, just to interrupt, that Mike has an idea, and I think we should let him try that and then consider if we bring it back to the council.
Yeah.
I think tonight is more informational to be
Yeah.
able to present something. I'd like to be able to work with Larry and just go through and put together something to present at budget time. And you can decide whether you want to play with it at that point.
Good. Okay, that's just one of the things I wanted some clarification on is how would we make any sort of decision around funding? And the other question that I have is just, I'm not really clear on the structure of the festival and like sort of what sort of oversight there is on the budget. One of the things I'm just curious about is it sounds like there's, the festival, or at least EcoFest, has been giving grants to other organizations, but would that money be better spent, covering expenses? I'm not sure I totally got that.
Okay. So EcoFest raises money through beer and wine sales. Wine, not anymore. Okay. So for the last couple of years, we've just been doing beer, selling Hen House. And then beginning last year, the chamber took over the wine booth behind the pavilion. So like all the other vendors, we pay a commission to the town on the gross amount of money taken in on sales, 40%, which, as noted in my report, is a source of great tension and discontent among the vendors. The difference is that EcoFest, with the remaining money, pays for its own music stage. It pays its own musicians. That does not come out of the festival budget. That's part of what EcoFest does. If we have money left over after 20 years, which we've managed to accumulate, we have made grants to local community groups that I think reflect the values and of our community, and that we're helping to invest in our community and make it a more resilient place through what we do. And that's kind of was kind of our foundational principle, was sustainability, local sustainability, and community. And that, I think, is what we've accomplished.
I think it's great. I think some part of the reason we're asking the questions is because and hearing some positive suggestions also is that I think that this event is absolutely integral to our community's identity. And at the same time, I know that we have a council that's been very concerned about budget issues and wants to make sure that we're making the wisest decisions with tax dollars. So we're just trying to balance
that's cool.
that.
That's okay.
Great. And was there another
I have
question?
one final question. Is the fund balance that's, negative, are we allowed to forgive that, or?
I'm going to be doing a mid-year budget report with the next meeting, and perhaps we can bring it up as a mid-year budget adjustment to make the fund whole, and that's probably your best opportunity right there.
If I may, just to add on to that, that's a pretty significant decision point, which I'll leave to you if you want to do that at mid-year budget, which we're scheduled for next month.
Yeah.
You could also do that in the future, like at the next budget workshop.
Yeah.
If you so choose. What I'm hearing, so I kind of want to coalesce this, and I appreciate the conversation so much, because this has been something that I know, is so valuable in the community, and also has brought up all of these questions and issues. So I really appreciate this all being brought up. And as I understand, the Fairfax Festival, as much as it's been loved, maybe has never been before the council. So that's a major step forward in transparency. But what I'm hearing is general agreement that the Fairfax Festival is a public good, it has a public purpose, and that there's some various adjustments that you may want to make, whether it be better fundraising or potentially sort of cutting off that negative fund balance, those kinds of things. What I'd like to do to make it really clear and clean, it's sort of getting on that iterative path towards getting towards, super tight clarity is we could bring back a resolution that talks about the Fairfax Festival being a public good, having a public purpose, and that would also help us sort of clarify for auditors and whatnot that, the council has made a conscious decision that the Fairfax Festival is something that's in the public's interest to support in these specific ways.
Great. And I think we need to take public comment on this item. Yes. Okay. Are we ready to go there? Or are we still asking questions?
Can I
I'm
just
gonna-
make one
Thank you.
suggestion, which is we're after 10 o'clock. So is it okay if I make a motion that we continue on? And so we're basically waiving the 10 o'clock rule?
Yes,
Did somebody want to second that?
I'll second it.
Councilmember Ager,
Aye.
Councilmember Garangeli,
Yes.
Mike?
Oh, you didn't hear me? Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
What about
Yes.
me?
Councilmember Kohler,
Yikes. Okay.
Excuse me.
Easily forgettable. Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay. So now that we have waived the 10 o'clock rule, I think we may have heard all of the council member comments and questions, maybe. And we've had quite a lot of feedback. Can we now move to I'm not open and public comment on this item only?
So, thank you.
Okay, and yes, thank you, Larry. Here we go.
Hello, Council. First off, I've always seen the Fairfax Festival as an integral part of our community. It's always been the outside face, how people view us as different, quirky, and unique. The reason we all come here and the reason many of us try to stay here. I'll tell you a story that you may want to consider. So when we started which I put on my resume, the Marin Sonoma Concours d'Elegance, we brought this up as just a group of friends working. And after we raised over $500,000 for hospice, we had all the funds, as Larry brought up, that we're giving all the money to hospice, and then hospice then had to distribute and pay off all their vendors. It created problems of generating W-2s and 1099s. So that's a secondary problem. But what we really identified was with all this money going into hospice, we alienated some people, although that's the best recipient of who wanted to give different people money. So then we decided, and I wrote the first draft of our 501c3 as opposed to a 4, so we just kept it educational for the cars and different outreach. By the 501c3, it allowed us to acquire through a nonprofit group insurance. Right now, the festival is operating kind of under your scope of insurance, but it's not a formal agreement. So by having the 501c3, we could procure the insurance, we could indemnify our actions. We then had the required accountability for giving off 1099s. We stayed away from W-2s, but it allowed people to also give us a write-off. And we could have a very simple P&L and a balance sheet. So I would very much recommend that the festival explore creating a 501c3, if nothing else, for the sole purpose to acquire a general liability policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Oh,
Quickly,
can we,
quick comment. We buy event insurance, so you're double insured for the festival. So just.
okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let's move on. I think Todd wanted to talk, so maybe you guys can check in. Todd, did you want to make a comment? We have Todd. Okay, we're gonna have Deb Benson. Deb Benson. Deb London. Thank you.
I've long wondered about the Fairfax festival and the finances behind it. I want to support Mike's idea of perhaps introducing a promoter. I think that, you can't ignore the possibility that it could bring in a lot more money. I also like that. Thank you for suggesting that the festival work with the Chamber of Commerce, because a lot of businesses are suffering. It's not easy these days. It's extraordinarily difficult. Three, I think that what I'm hearing is that there needs to be a lot more transparency. With all due respect, I think if you're going to come up here and ask for money, with all due respect, you need to know your numbers. And I don't hear that sorry, Larry, but I don't hear that you know your numbers. So we need transparency and clarity on what this thing's costing us, what the budgets are. And I think you can project, regardless of the weather, and I think it's necessary you project. I also think that, are you sure you can't raise that 5,000 for the kids' activities and the trash? Are you sure you can't raise that yourself with more sponsorships like Mike was talking about? And then I heard a question about wanting to know if you can forgive the deficit that it looks like might be owed the town of Fairfax. Well, I can understand wanting to kind of start with a clear shape once there's a budget. I think that's really a clear slate once there's a budget. But I think if you're going to forgive a deficit, it's a one-time only. And then you you negotiate what you're going to forgive. And that's basically what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
In the interest of the festival, would you allow me to yield 20 seconds of my time to Mr. McIntosh so he can finish?
We can't do yielding time. Sorry.
It's up to the mayor. Noted for the record. Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I have some comments here. As Councilman Garangelli indicated, and as the town manager indicated, Fairfax is on the map because the Fairfax Festival brings people here, and that provides benefits all year round. People know Fairfax as a fun place, aside from the dissension caused by this town council or the prior town council and the remaining members. I have some ideas about optimization and some things that might be improved that I hope you'll consider. First, I'd like to recognize Richard Piedemonte and Larry Bragman and everybody involved with the festival, because it is a event where the community comes together. Thank you very much to all of you. It is a public good that in accounting terms, what the town manager didn't indicate is an intangible benefit that the finance director and our new treasurer might be able to add some clarity on. I think it's incumbent upon the town actually to do more than the town manager indicated, and not just say, hey, go spend money on your tax advisor. There should be clarity for businesses that want to donate on what applies, with the caveat that you need to consult your own tax advisor. Next, is there an opportunity, if we're talking 501c3s, for improvements in the budget to ask some of these companies that are increasing their fees to donate their services? It's called an in-kind donation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have a little bit more that might be helpful.
I think you could send it to us in a letter, and I think Mr. Bragman might also appreciate that. That would be great. This is good suggestions. Mr. Bell?
Mark Bell. And looking at the numbers, it seems like the largest increase is in recycling, the cost of recycling. So maybe we need to look either for someone else to handle the recycling, or look for other ideas to cut down on what needs to be recycled. You know, from decades of doing the Ren Fair, most people brought their own mugs. I don't know if you're allowed to now at the health department, but people would buy mugs and they would get beer, and then they get another beer and keep reusing the same vessel. I saw something about canteens. I don't know if that was only for water, but I mean, there must be other opportunities or ways to go about cutting down the recycling. I mean, we're supposed to be like a zero waste is our goal, right? I mean, it seems to me that to have our recycling budget go up 45% in 1 year, it's pretty steep. So that would be my suggestion.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else in the room or anyone online that would like to comment?
There is one speaker online, Renee. Renee, you are unmuted.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Nice to see everyone. This is Renee, Cascade Drive. Speaking as the Zero Waste Coordinator for the Fairfax Festival. And I just wanted to, for the record, make sure that everyone understands that in the contract that Larry and Pam Hartwell Herrero negotiated way back when with Marin Sanitary Service. Marin Sanitary Service does indeed, to this day, provide all of the dumpsters, the disposal, the hauling of those things, and the porta potties for the Fairfax Festival, as was negotiated. That continues on. The $8,000 is unfortunately the cost of the fact that we are wasters. We are over-consuming, and no matter the policies and the zero waste work that we do at these festivals, it is almost impossible to cut back on the waste. And there's a growing number of people who attend. That's the good news. The bad news is that we waste more and more. It takes more people to do it right. So Conservation Corps North Bay provides an amazing service. These are folks part of an organization where they give back to the community. They do job training, job skills. They're an excellent organization that I believe we should continue to hire. The two individuals that come in and clean this town make it so that the town sparkles. It's worth the investment, every single cent of it. And thank you all for all the work and for having this conversation. Larry, you rock. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
There are no more speakers. Oh, sorry. There is one more speaker on Zoom. M, you are unmuted. EM. M. There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, then let's move on to the next item since it is getting late. And again, thank you very much for presenting and good conversation, everyone. And I know, as I said before, we're always trying to balance the desire of people to have a good and in-depth conversation with the desire of some other people to end the meeting soon. So we're going to be running a little later, but we have one more item before we get to the consent calendar. And that item has to do with adopting a resolution authorizing the town manager to execute the First Amendment to the professional services agreement between the town and Fairchild Brahms Design for Fire Station 21 and receive informational report on the Fire Station 21 construction project.
Thank you. We're just welcoming the Chief Mahoney from the fire department here. I will start out and just wanted to make sure Chief was here to answer any questions or can talk more about the project specifically. So Christine is running the slides again. Thank you. So just wanted to remind you that council has discussed the Station 21 project specifically at the council twice before, once in December of 2023. That was, and this is after the amendment to the JPA agreement, which basically committed the town to doing some upgrades to the station in order to accommodate the third firefighter that is coming very soon. So in December, we were here to talk about the project and give you an update. At that time, the project, which includes a new bedroom, new bathroom, and new kitchen, which is kind of everything is moving on the second floor. That's part of the expense. That was estimated at $650,000. And then we took that design through the plan check process, and that put us at an estimate of $1.5 million, and we brought that back to council with options. That option, which was the preferred option for fire staff, hardworking fire staff. A second option, which was to kind of do some tweaking redesigns to try to control that cost. And third option, which is really very basic, and the council was supportive of option one moving forward. And so what we've done since then is to continue work on finalizing that project, working with the designer, looking at what accessibility upgrades may or may not be needed. There were accessibility upgrades in 2006, and we believe those to continue to be compliant. And so now we've been working on the contract to continue that design, continuing to work on the budget, and also the chief and our public works director, and specifically the chief, has been working on the temporary housing plan, because we'll have that third firefighter even before the 6 months of construction begins. So the designer provided us with a proposal for scope updates that have to do with what we need to do next to get that building ready for construction, specifically making sure that we have the fire separation that we need between the two floors, and really getting us to the next step that we need to get to, so that we can get to construction documents that we can put out for competitive bid. And once we have that competitive bid completed, then we'll have, this is really what the project will cost. So I'm just kind of giving summary overview. There's a lot more detail in these slides. Oh, I skipped through the next one, sorry. So I'm on the last slide there. So decision points today, I'm trying to, keep this very clear. The designer needs an additional $16,500 for design services. That you have approved a design contract before, and so this is an amendment, which would bring the total of that contract to $63,500. I imagine that you may or may not want an update on, other parts of the progress that we've made. And it would be important for us to know if you need additional information. I know, recognizing that we have some new council members who may not have been part of those previous presentations. And so if you do need more information, you can either, contact us directly via phone or email, or we could bring back another presentation if you wish. So with that, I'll open it up to anything you want to add, Chief.
No, I think you covered it pretty well. I'd like to recognize I did take Councilmember Egger and Garangelli on a tour of the fire station and articulated what we were trying to accomplish, as they were not formally sitting on the board back in September. So I believe all of you all have had that formal introduction of what the project is about, and I'm open to answer any questions.
Yes, Councilmember Kohler.
Yeah, I guess I know that we just made this decision in September 2024, But, having done a lot of really huge projects myself, mostly on hazardous waste sites, what I don't see is who on our staff is the project manager of this project. One of the concerns I have is sometimes we contract out for work and the contractors are not curtailed. And so the costs go up and up and up because the contractor doesn't have necessarily someone in-house that is managing what they're doing to make sure that they're on task, on schedule. Because I know, for example, San Anselmo is breaking ground something in March or something. And I just want to know who's the project manager here. And I'm not looking for a project manager from this consulting firm. I'm looking for a project manager on our staff. Who's the lead? Who's really tracking this, making sure the contractors I see that someone retired. I hope we didn't lose a lot with that. I hope there was a transition. But who is really controlling the budget, controlling the schedule, and really making sure that, it meets our needs and we don't come back with a cost of 2.5 million, for example. Dan, are you the one to answer that? Or Chief, I'm sorry. I've just known you a long time, so I apologize.
No problem. I've been called worse. Uh, yeah, I agree with you. In San Anselmo, we do have a project manager, and you do have to be aware of making sure that you keep, however good the contractor is, on track. Make sure you track those change orders and keep the project running within budget. So that's something we should probably discuss on whether town staff would be available to do that, or else, going through the process, identify if there is a project manager out there that we'd be able to track.
So I'm not talking about hiring a project manager. I'm talking about somebody, and I think it's really necessary to be our staff, not necessarily firefighters. And so, I'm really looking, I don't know if it's Heather, I don't know if it's Lauren, but I really think we need to be on this all the time in order to make sure that we're not looking at a huge expense or that we're really delayed. Heather, maybe you
Yeah.
can respond to this.
I can answer that. Yeah. So, I agree with you, and it's a challenge, right? So, recently we have started meeting weekly, to try to make sure that we're progressing. That's something that I think Dan, the chief, may have suggested. That's a challenge, for us to, so far it has been a challenge to kind of get there because the original budget was it was $210,000, and it was not really specified other than that. And so right from the start, there was some kind of coming in new at that, after that had happened, there was some question about, is that total? I'm sorry.
It was $210,000. The fire station was $210,000.
Yeah, so the
Now it's
JPA
1.5?
agreement, yes.
Wow.
So the JPA agreement talks about $210,000, not to exceed. It doesn't specify, what features are covered there, or who is managing that project. And I think it's been a struggle. So I think we're getting there, but it continues to be sort of an iterative process. And that's one of the reasons that we want to come back to you and check in.
But
Are we
Heather,
still on the?
I think we need some clarity for Mike, who's going to have a heart attack. That it's not that it's not that the price tag, it was assessed at 210 and now you know, a year or two later, it's now 1.5. That's not what happened.
Right.
So that's what he's
Okay.
thinking.
Well,
Okay, so it's,
let me put it another way.
well, well, right.
But it's a little different.
Understandably, that's what you think.
So let me put it another way. And this was part of the presentation that we brought before, is that the $210,000 appeared to be, and I was not here at the time, but it appeared to be sort of a very rough estimate based on the floor area that they wanted to change. So in the meantime, a whole bunch of things changed, including the actual floor area, including what was featured in there, including construction costs elevating. There's a lot of factors that was a really rough number. So as we refine the project and get closer and closer to like, okay, this is exactly what you build and you bid on, yes, it has changed.
Can we ask questions?
You guys, you're done with your presentation. You're ready for questions. It seems like we're asking questions anyway. So yeah,
It's okay.
yeah, go ahead. I would say.
So I
go ahead.
took the tour and it was interesting to see. And I think the chief knows that I was a little startled by what I saw. I mean, I think you could build a house for $1.5 million. Then they hear that it was 210. And I understand it's a way bigger than a $210,000 project now. But I'm not convinced it's a $1.5 million project. I feel like somewhere along the line, someone's making a little too much money. I think we need the project. Don't forget. I think we need to scrutinize the costs of that project. We need 100% support the fire department, get the right personnel in there. I agree with that. But if we were able to save money on the build, you could take that same amount of money that you saved and put it into fire prevention projects. So I'm a little concerned, just from a common sense business point of view, that you can, like I said, you can build a house for $1.5 million, not just remodel the upstairs of the fire department. So somewhere someone's spiking the ball on us.
And I
That's
want
just
to,
my
yeah.
feeling. But I'm going to support it, but we need to dig down deep on these costs, because I feel like there's a ripoff happening by somebody taking advantage of our town.
Can I
Yeah,
back up and also just say that I think some of the things that changed was that the overall scope of what was going to be done was changed. So the overall scope of what was going to be done was expanded. And so that was why, and I think that there was also discovered in this process that there were a number of things that were regulatory or things that were required that are very expensive, that are triggered by changes that become extremely expensive to do that maybe weren't anticipated before. And so I think your points are really well taken. I guess some of the questions that I have is, tonight what's before us is, are we going to vote on allowing, an additional amount of money to go towards this, sort of design process? And the question of whether or not the overall design and plan is worthwhile or something that we should be budgeting for is a separate discussion. And I'm not sure how we would go to that discussion if that's something council members want to do. So
Could I make a suggestion? So to my mind, one decision point that you have tonight is to approve the additional 16.5 for the designer. I would recommend moving forward with that because we can't progress the project without that. If you would like to bring back a separate discussion about the scope of the project, we certainly can do that. That 16.5 may be, sort of sunk costs at that point, but we can't progress. And I personally am feeling a tremendous pressure to progress. We're already delayed, as well as the budget escalation, we are already delayed. So that's one thing. If you choose not to approve the 16.5 and have us come back, so that would be like the opposite thing, then the project will be further delayed, and we may or may not have a different decision about, the scope in general. So that's why I'm suggesting, if you're comfortable, to approve the 16.5 and then make a separate decision about whether you want a whole discussion about scope to come back at a future meeting.
Thank you. And are there questions?
I would just appreciate if the chief or Heather, if you could just add some color or as far as why, like you were saying, like the regulatory, like certain things, trigger, and if it's ADA, because I agree, 1.5 is a huge amount, and yes, you can build a house for that, but why is it that this effort is not like building a house?
Yeah, so a couple of things is it does trigger some other regulatory, means in there that'll be outlined. The other item is that we have built in a cost of $150,000 for temporary housing. So the firefighters will need to move out of the fire station based on the current project that we have going at Fire Station 20 in San Anselmo. I've come up with a rough estimate of about $150,000 to house the firefighters for 6 months outside of the fire station, and that housing accounts for a trailer to be moved in, plumbers, electricians to hook up the trailer, radios to be moved into the trailers, a lot of other costs. For instance, the trailers to rent at Fire Station 20 right now are about $10,000 a month to rent them. So looking at it, feeling that we can probably value engineer this project just because it's only 6 months and not a year and a half as at the other fire station, that's going to be a lot larger. That's one of the other cost factors that we build into this. I want to just kind of clarify the $1.5 million is that was a cost estimate that we got. We're not saying that the project is going to cost this much or that it's going to come in. The contractors are, the lowest bid is going to come in at this, but that is based on a cost estimate that we had sent out to a professional cost estimator that builds in all of the things from soft costs to the mechanical engineers to how much a sheet of plywood costs to installation of sheetrock and 2x4s, and to put it into perspective, the last cost estimate that we got for Fire Station 20, it actually came in about $100,000 less than we actually estimated for, but they were pretty close for a $3.5 million project. So these cost estimates aren't just something that we, crunch numbers with our calculators and kind of figure it out. It comes with a lot of base knowledge and articulation on what it will be. So not to say that the project will truly cost $1.5 million because it's all based on the what the contractor comes in and bids it, but that is what the best professional estimate from the cost estimator that we use for the other fire station. That's the cost that they came up with. So.
Okay. Are there other questions or
Yes.
this point?
Yes, Mayor. So just a couple of questions. Is there any Ross Valley Fire Authority funding for this project at all? Are they assisting with any of the financing?
So through the JPA is outlined very clear that each one of the towns own their own buildings. So the projects are funded by whatever town or whatever town the fire station's in.
Okay, so we're responsible for it.
Yes.
Do we have an idea how we would pay for the $1.5 million project? Is there?
Yes.
Do we have any funding available in our budget?
We will need a loan, and we have reached out to the county, who is ready and willing to provide that kind of loan. Probably over a 5-year period, we would repay that loan. And we also talked with Sleepy Hollow about potentially providing a loan. The county is very used to doing that and has funds available for that use as a loan. So that's the plan.
The county loans public agencies funds from some of their accounts at a pretty good interest rate.
Yes, very regularly, and it would be typically around a minor amount over a typical LAIF rate.
So another key issue that I have is will in fact this final project provide space for female firefighter paramedic quarters? You know, we don't have any female firefighter paramedics right now, but I'd like to see a recruitment process to bring aboard female firefighter paramedics, since most of our Code 3 runs are medic issues. I think it's a good position and well-paying position for a woman.
Yeah. So you're right. We don't have female firefighters at this time. The plan is to create, so if there's 3 people on an engine, there's 3 separate bedrooms with bathrooms, so that it's very easy for any gender identity to easily be in their own space.
Okay.
And I want to compliment the chief that, I suggested that he participate in some of the women in firefighting conferences and webinars, and he was eager to do that and has done that. So I think that speaks well to our force.
So one last question. You know, ultimately Fairfax, Ross Valley may need its own ladder truck if in fact some of the proposed locations for high-rise housing towers are actually built in Fairfax. And I talked to the chief today and he says, well, there's an opportunity to borrow. I guess we can get run from Kentfield or Santa Fe or Novato or Southern Marin. There's 4 of them in the county. If in fact Fairfax becomes a high-rise housing capital of the Ross Valley, we're probably going to need our own ladder truck here. Where would we put a ladder truck if we had to have one for Ross Valley? Is a station 19 have enough room for a ladder truck?
Yeah, none of our stations would be able to house a ladder truck. We'd have to do some renovations to accommodate that.
Okay. So is that going to be a topic of a future conversation, maybe, depending on what happens? But it's a good question.
If I could just chime in, so very typical in Marin to, rely on mutual aid. We do that for our fire service as well as for police service. So when we have smaller departments, they naturally need to rely on each other. And Chief, you can, more technical than I am, but that's what I see, not being technical to the fire service.
I timed a drive from Kentfield Fire to downtown Fairfax, the firehouse here, driving only 5 miles over the speed limit, so cautious. It was 11 minutes to get here. Now I know if they're running Code 3, they're going to get here a little quicker, but the fact is, I think we're talking at least get 10 minutes to get a ladder truck into town here. So I think there's some issues with the future issue of ladder trucks. Thank you.
Totally. And so I just wanted to check now, are there other questions? Do we have, should we move on to public comment? Where are we at? Okay, let's move on to public comment.
Thank you, Council. First thing I'll add, because I love the fire department, I forgot to put this on my little app. As a volunteer fireman for Larkspur between 84 and 88. And during that time, I actually bought them the V12 Van Pelt buildup with a 1250 pump, and I lent it to to Larkspur for $1 a year until they could finance their own machine. So I love the fire department. I think these are the worst consumption of funds possible. I suggested earlier possibly making a trade for this site with the School Street Plaza, where we'd have a line of sight where we could actually see where we go. The current location is in a floodplain. You cannot modify that building with the turnarounds and the egress required for a long ladder truck at that location. We need to find a different location. This is the time to do it, not keep throwing money away. I encourage the town council, and I've spoken to Dan Mahoney about this, to speak to School Street Plaza. Right now, all they are is a piece of property with entitlements. They could make a trade to Fairfax for the building of the fire department is the same amount of time for getting permits for their project. You would have they would have a tenant to pay them rent. You could take over their site and build a fire department, so by the time their tenancy expires, you would have a new location that could accommodate a ladder truck. I think Frank's comments for ladder truck are probably paramount for what's coming before us. I think that'd be a great site, or even somewhere else on France Drake Boulevard. But spending money to the current location that will not accommodate a ladder truck, will not accommodate staying out of the floodplain and all the other problems, is imbecile. You're wasting money. So please, and again, that's why I preference that I used to have my own fire truck and I lent it to Larkspur, because I believe in the fire department. I'm not here to criticize or choose, but you need a new location.
Thank you. Great suggestions. Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. As you know, I'm one of the more concerned people about fire safety, and I'm a big supporter of the police and the fire departments. But I'm not a supporter of reckless, uncontrolled spending and dramatically over budget items that result in large deficits for Fairfax. As I understand it, if memory serves me correctly, to be confirmed, Councilwoman Kohler, Councilwoman Hellman, and Councilwoman Blash voted for this with seemingly now not adequate financial controls or safeguards. And now it's dramatically over budget, and we're not even anywhere close. Now we're talking about taking out loans with undefined debt amounts and debt service, when, as I pointed out earlier, there's already in this budget report, this financial report from this month, $1,389,539 in debt service. How much more is this going to add? Have you really quantified the costs? Where are the limitations? I'm glad that Councilwoman Kohler is thinking about trying to control costs, but you don't just keep going forward without controlling the costs. All the saying is, how do you get out of a hole? You stop digging. Does everyone understand that? It's old country wisdom. I would recommend that you follow Mr. McIntosh's advice and others, especially considering that Councilwoman Kohler wants to build 2 5- or 6-story high rises when she was campaigning. That's what she said they would do here in Fairfax. We are going to need a ladder truck. We are going to need more than a ladder truck. We're going to need a bigger fire station. Why not put the money where it will serve Fairfax well, in a bigger fire station?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Mark Bell. I don't know. I just looked up online. Grants for fire stations. Seems to be a lot of possibilities. There was a federal bill for 775 billion, I forget. I read it really quickly. So how many grants have been applied for the fire station? Don't all speak at once.
Blunden, yeah, Mark, that's brilliant. Yeah, have you guys looked into that? I mean, if there's money out there, absolutely, you need to be applying for grants to find the money. And I haven't had a lot of time to, I'm just learning about all this. But I think I support Michael and Todd. If we're going to need, and we will, we're going to fight like hell to get rid of that high rise, but we're absolutely going to need a bigger fire station. And yeah, it's a little tricky getting in and out of the one we have right now. So something with easier on-off access with a lot more room. And then, yeah, maybe we could be the ones that keep the fire, that have the ladder truck. That's all I want to say. You got to watch the budget, and you got to drill down. And I guess that wasn't all I have to say. Is that you have to bid the hell out of it if you do end up there, staying there. And I have seen in other situations where it seems to me municipalities and fire stations and these kind of things, they seem to, people who are bidding these jobs gouge the hell out of you. So you have to really, I don't know, go with someone more independent, not some giant behemoth company. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online?
There are no speakers on Zoom.
Okay, so we're going to bring it back. I did want to note that part of the reason that I voted for this was that I was convinced by another council member that there were plenty of grants out there that we could apply for that would cover the costs. And so, yes, that was part of the decision making and was discussed when we made this decision in the first place. At this point, I think we might need to just move on to any additional discussion, and then if somebody wants to make a motion, that'd be great.
Well, I would like to, understanding what the town manager said about, moving forward potentially on the 16.5 to move the project forward. I would like to make a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the town manager to execute the First Amendment to the professional services agreement between the town and Fairchild Brahms, designed for upgrades to Fire Station 21 and receive, period.
I'll
Thank you.
second that with a caveat. We need to be active. I will say one thing, if that remodel that I saw up there with the chess moves they were making, we were talking about that, Chief. If that's $1.5 million, the new fire station would cost $15 million or $10 million. It's someone's gouging us. So I say we go forward. I would instruct the architects to drill down and, because by the way, one of the things the chief told me that night or day, I should say, was that there was consideration in not making too many moves that would trigger the types of stuff that Lizelle was mentioning. Triggers that make you spend more money on certain things. There was moves we didn't make because of those triggers. And I'm telling you right now, I'm not a contractor, but I've built a lot of things, and that is not a $1.5 million project. There is no way that is $1.5 million. That's kind of why I'm sitting here right now. We need to dig down. I just seconded the motion because we need to move forward to make a plan. We can't afford the $1.5 million, let alone we can't not afford it. We can't afford it. All those things at once, but we certainly can't afford a brand new fire department or station if that's $1.5 million. So let's move forward, but we need to make a demand to these contractors that they come in under a budget that we can afford, that we can live with, because what they're doing to us right now is embarrassing to me, that someone would take that much advantage of us. That's how I feel about it. Thank you.
Councilmember Egg.
I'm sorry. So we have a second, a first and a second. So we're going to do our vote now? Oh, I see also that Mr. Egger has his microphone on. So are we moving down the line?
Councilmember Egger.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangelli. Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, great. So we're moving on to the consent calendar. And again, consent calendar items are considered as a whole. And then public comment is limited to 2 minutes for the entire consent calendar. And, I think people kind of misunderstood something I was trying to do the last time, which is that, the consent calendar is usually things that are relatively controversial. And people can ask a question that's simple, but if we want to move into more extensive discussion of an item, it really needs to be pulled. And I think the confusion last time was that it was kind of discussion, but the item was never pulled as a separate item. So I just want to ask that, people, if you really want to discuss, if you want to get in depth on it, it needs to be pulled off of the consent calendar and moved to the end of the agenda and discussed separately. I'm also going to mention something that Mr. Vivret said, which is that he will be making a budget presentation when in March, a mid-year budget presentation. We will be doing a budget workshop and a budget hearing soon thereafter. So there will be plenty of discussion of budget coming up. So you're not going to miss your chance if you don't hear it tonight. So Consent calendar. I think that basically what we are going to do, unless there are any questions, is move on to public comment on the consent calendar. Am I doing that properly? Okay, thank you. Getting very tired. Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Council. Again, for the consent calendar, I was thinking about this. I do not recall a single time at a single council meeting before 2013 that there was a request from the general public, Barbara, that's when you started, that it was not pulled off the consent calendar so the general public could speak about it. So again, I encourage you to really follow the rules of our past and how they should be done. 2, I also noticed that on your minutes, you omitted all the conversations, comments, and speakers that also contested the consent calendar. So that's missing. As for the financial report, for Michael, I would like to ask what the $1.2 million of cash account is, account number 99. I think, let's see. So,
Why don't we wait till after?
excuse me, Barbara. This is my turn. Additionally, I appreciate that the town is, Michael, please. I appreciate that the town is on an accrual basis. But when you give us a closed, kind of like a P&L for 12/31/24, it's really not relevant unless you'll provide us a balance sheet at the same time, which I have asked for quite a few times. So if in the future you want to present a report like that for mid-year, end-year, anything else, if we could also have a balance sheet so we can make a comparison, especially from year to year, it would really help us to understand what the numbers are, especially since we could journal entry funds, both income and receipt on both sides with specific date. So again, if we could have a date certain for the report, along with a date certain for the balance sheet, it would very much appreciate the clarity. Thanks.
Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax, speaking on the consent calendar. I'd like you to pull item 4A, receive financial statement and disbursement reports for December 2024, because Fairfax is in a fiscal crisis. We are operating for the last 2 years with operating deficits. This year's over $1.5 million, Last year was $3+ million. Please pull this because this last month, we've got another $50,000 worth of legal billings. Our legal billings are out of control. They were over 77% over budget last year. At this pace, we're 67 or something percent of the year's budget spent so far, and we're halfway through the year. That means we're running 16.7% over budget. That means that this year, we're going to spend $56K over budget, which means that our budget is going to be 81% of the $583,397 earmarked for street maintenance. And that's for legal. We could fix a lot of potholes if we controlled our legal costs. For E, reappoint Planning Commissioner Mimi Newton for Planning Commission. I'd like to thank her for all of her hard work and dedication to Fairfax. But as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, she has not lived in Fairfax, even though she owns a home here, for the last 2 or 3 years. And she has appeared via Zoom, but is unable to actually go inspect buildings or see things for herself, which is crucial if you're on the Planning Commission, to be able to meet with people here. I understand she's taking care of family that needs taken care of, and I appreciate all of her efforts, but until she moves back here, it's inappropriate for her to be on Planning Commission. 4B, approve minutes. I have some objections on the minutes. They're inconsistent.
Thanks. Mr. Bell?
I second what Todd said about Mimi on the Planning Commission. The minutes are a joke. Now it just is, oh, this person, these people agreed, these people didn't disagree. Like I said numerous times now, you can hire a court reporter for maybe $10 more an hour and you can get everything. There's lots of them. They're all at College of Marin, Indian Valley campus. They have classes. You can hire them. They'll give real minutes. Looking at the budget, climate, what was that? Yeah, climate action coordinator and just that general position, $250,000. How much are we paying? I was told that we're paying $50,000 for our climate action coordinator because we're sharing them with San Anselmo, even though that was not what was on the budget. It said 100,000, and there was no asterisk saying that we were getting 50,000 back from San Anselmo. I looked for a check for the $1,000 about the lamppost banners that I brought up, because no one should have gotten that $1,000. So who got it? That's my question. Street maintenance, only 583,000 when the town takes in over 2 to 3 times that easily. That should be in a segregated fund immediately and only done for street maintenance, not spent wherever, not going into the general fund. Disaster preparation was $9,000. That's the same that we spent on
Thank you.
painting a crosswalk. Are
Thank
you
you.
kidding?
Thank you.
Go Mark, go Todd. These guys are incredible. You want them as employees of this town because they're going to get it under control. The spending's out of control. Consistently, the legal costs are over budget. I remember when I looked at the budget last time, I think it was $187,000 over. Maybe it was the one ending in June 2023. It was outrageous. That was all the money spent on rent control, I'm sure. But so I would agree, we need to get this budget under control. I think that I could do it. I mean, 45 years of money in, money out. I mean, it's crazy. Some of these numbers. The climate action, $250,000. Insanity. And okay, so I need to get the budget under control. And I'm going to back up those guys talking about Mimi Newton doing a good job, but she doesn't live here. She does not live here in town, so she should not be reappointed. If you want to be on the planning commission, you need to live in town so that you can drive around, see what's going on. And that's all that I can really talk about right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online?
There is one speaker online. Deb, you are unmuted.
And I'm going to back up guys talking about Mimi.
Hello, Deborah Benson. Can you hear me?
Yes, Deb.
Thank you. I also want to comment on Mimi Newton being reappointed to Planning Commission. I mean, she's done an excellent job for the years that she's been there, but she has not been living in Fairfax. She, as often the planning commissioners, when they're doing a good job, go to visit the property. She's not able to do that. And I wonder if, according to the rules, whether in the town she is at, she is posting in a public place the planning commission meeting as is necessary. I doubt it, but I think it's time for Mimi, unless she's living in Fairfax, to step down and open the position up to someone who does live here. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, so bringing it back. Can I get a motion?
I'd like to make a motion, but I'd also like to clarify that Mimi Newton does post the agenda more than 72 hours in advance in a public place. And this is her primary residence here, and she's hoping to come back soon. I can also say when I was on the Planning Commission, often you can look at things on Google Earth. You don't necessarily need to be visiting every property and potentially getting conversations from the applicants. So she's done a really great job. So I would like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
May I speak? I'd like to pull items A and B.
Okay.
A is the financial statement and B is the minutes.
Okay. Can we pull things at this time? I thought we did, and we start. Okay, so we're going to pull A and B.
Yeah, it'll be quick. I want to speak to them.
I was just going to say, should we do the vote on the rest of the consent?
Yeah, we should
calendar?
do the vote on the rest because we're going to have to put those at the end, and we're going to have public comment on each of them and then go down the line. So, yes.
So I'll make change my motion to accept items C through G on the consent calendar and move those.
I'll second.
I have a question if I can. On Mimi Newton, is there like some sort of procedure if has a family type situation and she can't really be in town? Is there like a waiver? Is like a leave of absence well, what's the general rule of thumb
It's a Brown Act.
on how that works?
No, she's zooming in and she posts the agenda 72 hours in advance and she's allowed to zoom in.
And she's
Under
allowed
Brown
to do
Act.
what?
Zoom in.
Oh, she's allowed to zoom in.
Mhm.
And her address is also posted on the agenda.
Yes.
So can we move forward with items C through G, please? And we had a
Let's do a vote.
second, Vice Mayor Hellman.
Right.
Councilmember Ager,
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, so now we're moving on to the financial statements and disbursement reports for December 2024. I think Councilmember Egger had some things to say about it, and possibly staff will answer. And then
Yes.
we will need to move on to public.
Mayor, on the income statement, and it's page 1 of 15. I noticed under business licenses.
What page are you on, Frank? I didn't
I'm
hear.
on page 1 of 15, but it may be the second group. These aren't all numerical. So it's a section that's got income statements. Just
So are
says
you
1 of
looking at
There's page 1 of
030?
15.
I'm just trying to follow where you're
Okay,
at.
okay.
Are you
So
looking at
here's-
030 licenses?
So Department 030 licenses,
Right.
business licenses. I noticed that to date, we have a pretty small percentage of business licenses, and we budgeted 120,000, 18,000 is in mid-year. And just I want to say, I've never received my business license bill in the mail. And I'll stop by town hall tomorrow and write a check for my business license, but I never did get a license. And what's clear is if we budgeted 120,000, we've only collected 18,000 so far. We need to do a better job of collecting. And then number 2, is it possible for us to give the Chamber of Commerce a list of our businesses? We have a number of local businesses, folks that have on-site in town and folks that do business from home, et cetera. Could we give the Chamber of Commerce the list of those businesses to help them in gaining membership? Is that possible?
So what we have done to assist the chamber in the past is to carry their flyer in the renewal notices. So they create a flyer that talks about joining the chamber, and we put that in our mailers so that we're not in the past, we've had contact with businesses who did not like that we shared their private contact information with another, agency. And so that's my understanding. I was not here for that, but, and so it seemed like a helpful thing to put their flyer in the mailer that we were already doing. And then I'll let Michael answer about the specifics of the numbers for the renewals, but I will say that the system, the online or digital system, I don't know what to call it, the computer system that holds the business license data is extremely out of date and very difficult to use. There are new systems that we could use. And I understand, again, before my time, but that the town tried that and there was some resistance, and then it was, sort of sunk cost and changed. But that is certainly something that we could propose as a project, perhaps one of the goals for next year.
But you've done the invoicing though. You've sent letters to the businesses.
Yeah, so Susan Waters at the
Yeah.
front desk does that. That's part of her regular schedule, and she's in contact with.
So I just want to say, I didn't get mine, and I had to remind Susan. I think several years ago, when I first got on the council, I worked at the Air District and did all the J numbers for all the asbestos, and it was piles of paper through the roof. And I got a firm to come in called govpay.net, and we switched those to all online. There was resistance from staff who'd been there a long time. Once we got it, and I worked with them on it, and the company worked with them, everybody loved it. So I think from what I understand, when we got the Tyler Encode software, and maybe that's not the right program, that there was that option. I really think, maybe we discussed this in the budget workshop, we really need to move to that. We are so far behind the times, and the fact that Frank didn't get his business license, I didn't get mine, just means that things are falling through the cracks, and maybe a refresh is what we need to do now.
I want to go back to Frank's question. It's people that do business in the town of Fairfax, it's public knowledge, right? It's public information. In other words,
So you
we
can-
get to know who does business in Fairfax.
I have seen chambers of commerce request via Public Records Act a list of all the business license holders. And we do some redaction because, as you know, there's an emergency contact number usually. And most people don't want that public. So the way to contact the business is at the business or through the business. That's a mailing address. And so there is redaction required if we fulfill.
It would be nice if we can
Yep.
get the addresses, because I remember when I was the president of the chamber 30 years ago, we did a big campaign. We had 120 chamber members back then. And it's vital because there's so many businesses up in the hills and at home businesses, probably more now than 30 years ago. So it would be very helpful for the chamber to get that redacted list, please. Thank you.
Yeah, they can
Yeah,
just.
I'm not asking any private information, funding, a dollar amount or sales tax. I'm not asking any of that be given, just the name and the address of the business. That's all.
Right. No, redaction does take staff time.
So I got a couple more questions.
Okay, go.
If I may. Then I noticed Department 040 fines, and it's vehicle code fines. And this is the police department. Budgeted was $20,000, and we've collected $2,535. We've collected 13% for 1 year. Do we have? Are we short police officers? I'm wondering why we budgeted 20,000, we've only collected 13,000 for the year. Or does the county hold up our funding, our percent of funding from fines and forfeitures for a period of time? I don't know.
They take a big percentage of the fines and things that are collected for the judge's retirement fund, for court costs, for other things like that. So we don't receive 100% of the fines that are collected. That's one thing. We take whatever the county is giving us. There's no collection process that the town has for doing this. It's all through what we receive from the county and then
But
from
if
the
I
state.
take a look at parking and other fines, it's 45,000, and we've collected $20,725. We've collected 46% of that category. but only 13% of vehicle code fines. It's,
So I guess one thing
Okay,
I would
ma-
add, we've discussed that that particular set of items in the past. And I think Michael has said before that it can be very difficult to predict, right? So how many people are going to be speeding? How many people are, there's that. And then there's also just a general caution that we never want to view policing as revenue generating activity. The fines are sort of incidental to the policy of, keeping people safe, and giving tickets is one portion of that work.
I'm not talking about revenue generating. I'm talking, I can go downtown any day and see people blowing stop signs. I get passed on double yellow lines. I mean, it's like, wow, I wish we had a police officer here today as I'm being passed on a double yellow line and I'm going the speed limit. Somebody's going 35 or 40 past me. It's like, wow. So, maybe we need a little more patrol.
Frank,
And then
when we
just
budget these things, Frank, we look at historical numbers. Back in 2022, we collected 21,700. 2023 was 12,000. 2024, probably around 3,000. So, it's a guess that we make that we might be able to make 20,000. Or you can take an average, or you can go with low numbers. It's not scientific.
Do we only have one? Is there only one vacancy we have now, or do we have more than one vacancy in police officers?
I believe we're fully staffed at this
Right now?
point, except for the frozen position that's been frozen since 2008.
Okay, because people say they never see a police officer in their neighborhood, so it's kind of.
I see them all the
All
time.
the time. They go around my corner over and over and over.
And then lastly, legal was mentioned tonight, and so Bertram Fox this month, $88,233. Public agency law, and that's our current town attorney, 22,442. And then Best and Krieger, 21,413. At the last meeting, I said perhaps we need a closed session to talk about what's going on. I'm not asking for that tonight, but we're probably going to need a closed session down road here, so we know what these costs are running us and what the issues are. I mean, Bertram Fox, that's generally, they do police work. Public agency law is Janet, and Best and Krieger, I guess, has been the Legnito lawsuit on the Wall property. Is that what has it been, all the Legnito suit on Wall property?
It's specialized services and it's also litigation, and there are 3 cases ongoing right now. And so they're providing defense for that. So that's what the cost is, but it's also specialized services. So for example, elections, specialization, conflict of interest, CEQA, real estate, that type of stuff is where they provide limited specialized services.
Thank you.
Ask a question. From the town manager at 292, is that one position or more than one position? And on town clerk, it's $360,000. How many positions is that? And
One useful document for you that in that case is in the budget in the back. We actually
Right.
have an allocation of positions.
Okay, I can look
So,
at it, but
yeah.
I thought I'd ask it out loud. So-
Right. So the town manager is covered in 2 budgets. 90% of her salary is in, or her costs are in the or town manager section, and 10% are in personnel. But in addition, we have certain administrative support that is charged to the town manager for Susan, who does work that covers or is budgeted for in that department.
Is there a list, of town employees that we have that, I mean, You know, I've
In-
never
in-
seen the list, but
Yeah, in your budget, you have two exhibits in the appendix, one which has all the different positions and the number of people in each of those positions and the salary
I'm
ranges.
talking about actual employees,
We have phone lists and things like that for that sort of thing.
Since we're talking about the budget, I just want to point out that from my ongoing analysis and looking forward to the budget hearings and even the retreat, we call it the retreat. The we have about the same, almost the same amount of police as we did when Frank and I were on the council 20 years ago. We have about the same amount of fire department, but in fact, it costs us less to have a police department on a percentage basis today than it did just 11 years ago. Forget 20 years ago. I don't have that information, but I do know how many people were working and I'm also basing this on 11 years ago. But there's at least, and this is where we need to drill down at our future meetings, there's at least 4 to 5 positions created in town hall that were never there before. And that's the biggest part of where the increase is in my estimation. So it's something I want to tackle when we get to it at our retreat and our budget. Well, our retreat first, but no more policemen, no more firemen, 50% more staff members in town hall. That's an issue when your streets are falling apart. And that's where we need to kind of readjust our thinking on that, in my estimation. That's all I want to mention.
So, we've talked about this financial report, and we'll have a more full conversation about the budget in March. That'll be a mid-year budget review, right? Then we will have a budget workshop, which is like almost a full day, and I think that's usually in May. And then we have a budget hearing after that. So we'll be talking a great deal more about the budget in the future. I'm wondering if we have settled the questions we have about the financial report and if we're ready for public comment on that, or if we need to discuss more. And I'm also going to mention that we're getting to 11:30, at which point we will have to vote to continue the meeting or keep going.
Frank had comments on the minutes.
well, since I do that.
I guess, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but I just want to check the procedure here. So we have pulled item A and item B. Item A was the expense report and B was the minutes, right? So I think that we have to go to public comment for the expense report, come back, vote on it, and then, is that correct? Did I have that right? Okay, thank you. Getting very tired, so I just have to check on that. So we'll do public comment on the expense report, and then bring it back and vote on it, and then go to the minutes. Thank you.
Hi, Todd Greenberg here, downtown Fairfax. I want to thank the town attorney for finally 2+ years later providing some definition of what special services consist of. And I want to ask the finance director and this council, is there any reason there can't be separate listings of these line items that special services consist of in the town budget or in the financial statements so that this council could actually know how much is being spent and likely to be spent on legal? Or are we just going to allow runaway legal expenses when it happens? Just like we're going to allow runaway expenses on a fire station build when it happens. Oh, well, it's just public money. I think that needs to be, as I've requested at the budget workshop last year and many times at public meetings, the legal expenses need to be fully delineated. There's no reason to have this lack of transparency. Thank you for actually getting to general and specific, but I'd like a stated reason to the public why we don't have more detailed reports, why you don't have good management tools, why you can't keep a lid on expenses. Also, last year, I was one of 3 people that attended. I only had 2 minutes to speak, and then Mayor Kohler cut me off despite somebody graciously offering to yield their time to me because they liked the points that I was making. So the public has no input at the budget workshop. Am I to understand we only have 2 minutes? Somebody's got to spend their day like I did, and I got 2 minutes to speak. It sounds like you really don't want our input. Is the treasurer going to be there this year?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bell?
Trying to recover from my shock of actually having items pulled off the consent calendar. Business licenses, I brought this up about 6 months ago. Oh, well, I mean, it must have like fallen through the cracks because my wife said, oh, I didn't get my business license. I guess I'll go down to town hall and pay it. I brought it up at a council meeting over 6 months ago. Obviously, nothing has happened. New system? You telling me that there isn't somebody out there online who's already put something together that you can just tap into? I mean, and how hard is it to send out something with a business license? And I would like an answer to the question that I posed earlier when I didn't think anything would be pulled about the $250,000 for climate action. I'd like to know how much the coordinator is actually making. And if the coordinator is making 50,000, then what's the 200,000 going for? I mean, the last guy didn't the town hire him an assistant so that we were looking at what, like a couple $100,000 a year for that? Those are just some of the points.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McIntosh?
Thank you, Mayor. With the financial distribution reports, I think it'd also be beneficial if we had a list of credit card holders that spend money looking to be reimbursed by this town. I think it'd also be beneficial at the end of each year, since you brought forth a report for 1231, if we were provided a W-2 as well as 1099s. You're shaking your head. That's a public document and expenditure.
W-2s and 1099s are confidential information that I can't give those out.
Not a 1099 because it's not an employee, just like Janet is not an employee. She's an independent contractor, subject to review and employment review before the general
Okay,
public.
we can't be
They
answering
all have
questions. in the
social
middle.
security numbers.
We can't.
You can
we can't
redact the
be-
social security number. You can still provide the name and the expenditures so we can see how this money is spent. Redaction of social securities, certainly, go ahead. But we're still entitled to that list of 1099s upon request. I would also like to very much request that you bring forth, since there is an over budget item, the fractional billing of our town attorney for what she's working on. I see you smiling, but these are documents that are required upon request. We can formalize it also. So if you'd please consider providing it to the general public so it's not opaque, we could make more informed decisions and make our questions more prudent so we're not consuming unnecessary time. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Next, please.
I support Todd and Michael's and Mark's comments. I, for the life of me, still can't understand why Heather's position is she, the teeny tiny town of Fairfax, and she's the 10th highest paid town manager, I believe, in California. I
No,
think
she's
that's
not.
insane.
And you need to not be putting that
Well,
out there.
well,
Thank you.
that's what that's how I understand it. At any point, $292,000? Good God, plus all the assistants? Why? Yes, too much, we're top heavy. We need to cut 4 or 5 positions like Mr. Garangelli said. I mean, we've got to get this budget down. We've got to get our spending down. And we've got to get all these, we need to streamline these positions. I can't understand why for that much money, a town manager would need any assistance. Okay, Susan, yes. And by the way, I got my business license and I paid it the same day. And I remember a day when there was a change in the business license and it was a nightmare, just saying. It was a mess. I prefer what's going on now. In terms of how I receive it and the reporting, it's easy. And yes, I think that there needs to be a lot more transparency on the line items separated out so we can see what's going on. Legal expenses, again, insanity. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone online?
There is one speaker online. Deb, you are unmuted.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, council members, for hearing me. Curious about payroll reporting. And I'm assuming that you all use an agency to do payroll reporting. So is all of the payroll reporting confidential? There are payroll journals, there are payroll check registers, the payroll summaries. There are reports that show each employee current uh, wages, withholdings, benefits, year-to-date amounts. My question is why are those things not included in the financial statements? Are they considered to be private? So that's what I'd like to know.
Thank you. Okay, so bringing it back, we are either going to accept these financial reports and somebody will make a motion. Not. Just a sec. So I don't want people to be shouting out. Our project. Excuse me, just a sec. We don't do that. Generally speaking, I don't think we usually bring it back and answer questions unless a council member wants to take it up.
If I'm,
But
if I
can you
may,
please,
if I
Michael,
may.
please, Michael, enough. That's enough. Enough. We're not doing this. Okay. I'm sorry, Michael. Mark, we're going to stop the meeting if you don't stop shouting. So, Town Manager Abrams, did you have something to say?
So, the meeting is about the council. It's a council meeting. And so staff answers questions readily for the council. So if there's something that the council would like to know, but it's not an opportunity to yell out from the public.
Right. So, I'm not willing to entertain questions unless there's a council member who specifically wants to bring that question back. I think we'll have a lot of these questions answered more fully in several other meetings that we have about the budget coming up. No, I'm sorry, you cannot shut up. Okay. We're going to take a meeting. We're going to take a break. Mark, we're going to take a break.
So I'd like to make a motion. Vice Mayor Hellman's going to take over to go ahead. We accepted the report. So there's really no motion. There's no action on it except to approve it as accepting the report.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my motion.
I'll second.
Councilmember Ager,
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Okay, and then
Motion passes. And then now we're going to,
Frank had some comments on the minutes.
Yes, on the minutes.
could you please keep them brief because my head is pounding. I'm getting
Okay.
flu and I
Okay.
really want to go
Okay.
home.
So, the minutes are supposed to include what happened at the council meeting. And so let me show you the problems with the minutes.
And you know that you can write to the clerk with any corrections in advance. And then,
Oh, these are way off. These aren't just little corrections.
okay,
These can't be adopted tonight. So
okay.
and maybe we should just continue them. So I'm looking at the minutes and I'm on page 3 of the minutes, and page 3 of the minutes is a regular agenda. Item 2 is adopt a resolution reciting the fact that general election was held on November 5th, 2024. election. Deputy Town Clerk Christine Foster. Deputy Town Clerk Christine Foster presented certification of November 5th, 2024 general election. The Marin County Register of Voter officially certified the election results yesterday, and so a supplement has been provided. It was given to the council on the certified results. As stipulated by law, once the election results are certified, the terms of those council members who were not reelected will be free to step down from the dais after the vote on this item. Okay, so that happened. And then on page 4 of the minutes, there's a motion was Catrano Blash to adopt a resolution reciting the fact of general election held November 5th, 2024. And then when you look at the minutes, there's no resolution number and there's no results in the minutes. So we were given the Marin County Elections Department General Election November 5th, 2024 official final results. And the minutes refer to a resolution that was adopted, but it doesn't tell, there's no number on the resolution and there's no results of the election. This has results for Measure H, Measure I, and Measure J, and then also the results of the town council election. And so the minutes should reflect the results of the election. And then go down a little bit further, on the consent calendar for that evening, there's no notice as to who made the motion, who seconded the motion to approve the consent calendar. It talks about it was approved. And on the minutes for September 4th and September 16th, Ager and Garangelli abstained because we weren't on the council then. And there's no way we could vote that those are the official minutes because we weren't on the council.
But it's accurate that you abstained, though. What's inaccurate about the fact that you abstained?
It should say, no, I'm telling you, we abstained. It doesn't say that. It infers that we voted for it, okay, the minutes.
Oh, I see.
Then I'm going down to item number 10.
Sorry, if I might interject for just a moment, Councilmember Ager, the entire consent calendar was moved to the next meeting. The entire agenda beyond the regular agenda was moved.
I just
because
went over the
meeting was so
next
late.
minute in the meeting and that it was not on the next agenda, no.
Which
On
next
the 18th?
agenda?
You're saying on the
We
18th?
haven't reviewed those minutes yet.
I went over the agenda for the 18th. It was not on the agenda. I saw that
Am I getting
statement.
my dates mixed?
No.
And
So
here's another one. A waive.
Maybe you should let the town
Let
manager.
the town manager talk and then maybe it'll answer the question.
sorry, if you don't mind, I don't want to lose the thread. I'm very tired. and
I say, can we continue the minutes until we get a correct
Well,
reading?
you have a specific point, I think, about the consent calendar. And so if you recall, the December 4th meeting went until 1:30 a.m. And so the council chose to wisely, I would say, to move the remaining items, which included the entire consent calendar, to the following special
December
meeting,
18th.
which was December 18th. And the consent calendar was on the December 18th meeting.
I went over the agenda of the 18th. I didn't see it on there.
Okay.
There was another item which was the waive second reading on the procedures for the absence of quorum of the town code. And Ager and Garangelli voted no on that one. So it's going to show up on the minutes of the December 18th, even though it doesn't show up on the agenda. Okay, it's okay. Can we just continue these minutes until we've got it straightened out?
Frank, so, just going back, or Councilmember Egger,
Yeah.
we continue the entire consent calendar. It was on the December meeting, the second December meeting, and we will have those minutes probably at the next meeting. So you're talking about action that happened, what was it, December 18th or December 19th? What this is just reciting is that what
So-
the items were on consent, but there was no votes. There was no action taken on December 14th.
Correct. On page 12, Councilmember Ager, you'll see under item 14 of the consent calendar, it says this was continued to a special meeting on December 18th.
Okay, I went over the December 18th.
So I'm looking at the
agenda.
December 18th meeting right
Are
now
these items
online,
on?
and not all of them are,
No.
because there are some items that cannot be adopted at a special meeting. So those items were removed from the consent calendar, which include a couple of ordinances that are on this agenda. But we pulled those off consent because we can't adopt them at special meetings.
Well, the minutes, what I'm telling you is the minutes are incorrect. It says there was a resolution passed on the results of the election.
We've never listed resolution numbers on the minutes.
Well, first of all, how is the public going to know 2 years or 5 years from now what resolution was actually passed? Will anyone ever know the outcome of the election? We had Measure H, Measure I, and Measure J. All were supported by the majority of the town council, the positions. All three were lost. We had 3 council members up for re-election, 2 lost. But none of that shows up in the minutes. I don't know.
You're correct.
You're
The
trying
election results-
to correct an election. You're trying to.
The election results are in the resolution, which were adopted by the council. That's not reflected in the minutes. You are correct. We have discussed talking about the minutes at the council retreat, and I think you bring up some good points that we can talk about at the retreat. But
Let me tell you, if in
the
fact.
way the minutes are
aren't
presented
correct,
tonight are the way that they have been historically
you
presented.
know, they're wrong. They're wrong. If the minutes aren't correct, then I don't know what we're doing here. I mean,
Well, I mean, we could, at this point, so what you're saying is incorrect, I guess, is that you want to see the actual election results reflected in the minutes, not in the not just in the resolution.
it was a supplement to the packet, but it mentions this. It mentioned a supplement, but there's no.
That's correct. We published the agenda the Friday before the meeting, and the election
Okay.
results were not certified by the county until the day before the meeting. So we
Okay.
provided a supplement with the results produced by the county registrar's office.
But the minutes have no accounting of measures H, I, and J.
I understand what you're saying.
So they're in a
And number 2, there's no count as to the vote. Who was number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, and what the vote was. Although all of those were in the supplement, so
Okay.
they should have shown up in the minutes.
Can I just
Can I-
clarify? So just a sec. I just want to clarify this because I think we're just going to either have to take a vote on these or we're going to have to move them to the next meeting. We're having an argument now here, it seems like, about what the proper form of the minutes should be. And, it feels important to Mr. Egger to see reflected, I guess, the vote count in the minutes as well as in the supplement, right? And the minute the vote count was in the supplement, you can also get it from the, elections department. I don't know what to do about this issue because it just seems like.
I'd like to make a motion to move the minutes to another meeting where we can scrutinize them better.
Continue to the next meeting. The minutes of this 4th.
Councilmember
For
Ager.
clarification. Garanghelli moved, I seconded.
Councilmember
voting.
Ager.
Oh, I'm sorry, aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Well, before I say my answer, what I want to point out is why they need to be reflected in the minutes is so we have a more precise history of what actually happened. And maybe it would be a nice reminder to our fellow council members what actually happened, because right now they're pretending it didn't happen. So I vote yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
I just want to say, I'm not pretending anything didn't happen. These are summary minutes, but yes, let's continue them.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Sure. And I just want to say this, I think this is kind of silly. It's kind of like arguing about crowd size. But, if we want them reflected in the minutes, we can always take them right out of the supplement and stick them in there. So let's go ahead and do it. We're not trying to sweep the election under the rug. There's a record of it. You have 2 council members on the dais right now who were elected as a result of this, and another one that was elected as a result of this last election. So
So can we take up future
let's get
agenda
going,
items,
and we're going to go
please?
future agenda items, and then we have a town manager's report, which you might or might not do. I also wanted to note that we have some things on the docket for future agenda items, so we may fill up our year rather rapidly. We did talk about, Councilmember Hellman has wanted to have the updates on the fire station on the agenda for quite some time, so we hit that tonight. We have a future, and then we're going to move on to anything else people want, right? But we do have also a discussion about Charter City at some point. We had discussed having a committee to revise park rules. I might be missing something here. Somebody might want to remind me, and then we might have some new possible future agenda items. And I'm just going to say that when we discuss future agenda items, we can't get deep into the weeds here because they are not agendized and the public doesn't have any idea that we would be discussing them. So they have to be really quick and succinct, not a long discussion about the pros and cons and what exactly and why we're doing them, and et cetera.
I would like just to add one thing about future agenda items. I think that things come up between now and the next meeting, and I'm not sure exact timing when things have to happen, but I'd appreciate whether it's anybody on this council can go to the town manager and say, I want this on the agenda. I don't think we should be voting for what Frank wants to hear or what I want to hear or what Barbara wants to hear or anybody wants to hear. If you want to hear it, put it on the agenda.
We can discuss this at the retreat. I am going to say again that almost every town and city in Marin has council members vote on future agenda items because these are big ticket items. They take a lot of staff time. They often take a lot of money and a lot of council member time. So we want to make sure that there's something that, is going to be fruitfully discussed and voted on.
So next.
So I just want to make sure, do I have the list of the current list of things that people had suggested at prior meetings that we have as a future agenda items? That was Fire Station, which was updated tonight, and I'm sure we'll discuss it again. Charter City, revising the park, forming a committee to revise the park rules. There's some other things we'll be talking about that we kind of have to talk about because they come up as part of the legal process.
That sounds good.
So, are there any other future agenda items, or are we moving on to the town manager's report and adjournment?
Well, just a quick question. The person that called in, Cindy Ross, about the odors from that laundromat. I guess, do we have a report from the Air Quality Control Board someplace?
We can't really discuss this right now because it's not on the agenda. But there was an answer, and I think that, if we want it on the agenda, we can put it on a future agenda.
Well, I would just wonder if there's a report, if, and it may be, there might be some way for us to help the business by helping them finance a filter on their exhaust system. I don't know, but we have to talk about it, and I'm not trying to shortcut anything.
Yeah, I just wonder.
Should we put it on, be on an agenda?
Or is it
next
something-
month or two?
I'm just wondering if it's something we can handle offline, since two of us were contacted by her. Maybe we could meet with the town manager and discuss what the options are.
That's fine too.
Okay, so I mean, I'd like to do
That's
that.
fine.
I think
That's
that would be
fine.
good. Yeah, so you and I could coordinate, and okay, that would be good, because I am concerned about that. Are we ready to move on to the town manager's report?
Yes.
No, not right now. Thank you. Sorry, that's not part of this part of the agenda. I think we don't usually take, when we do future agenda items, I don't think we usually take public comment. I'm sorry. So can we do a town manager's report and town attorney Colson, you can, chime in here if I'm getting this wrong.
Oh, that's fine. We can move on to the manager's report.
All right. In the interest of time, since it is extremely late already, I will try to be quick. So I wanted to acknowledge the storm damage that we had yesterday. We had 2 apartments and a home that had to be red tagged. The 2 apartments was due to landslide from a private property into those apartments. There's cleanup happening there right now. And the house was a tree fell on a house, and luckily the occupant was not injured, but was stuck in there. And so there was a tremendous response from PD and fire. And we did sustain a very serious staff injury, which required a trip to the hospital. And I'm very thankful to say that that staff person is now very well. And he did send a very nice statement thanking the first responders and everyone who helped. But in the interest of time, I will not read that to you now. That was my plan, but I also wanted to mention that we're working already on March agenda items, which will, we have the council strategic planning meeting / retreat, February 12th, and that's going to happen in this room. We'll be discussing the goals of the council, and that may include the charter city ideas. Particularly, those kinds of efforts can take at least 18 months and multiple meetings. So those are the kinds of big goals that we want to be talking about. Coming back to the March agenda, then we should be hopefully able to adopt, so have the council adopt the goals that they've determined at the strategic planning session. We've done that in previous years. We'll be talking about the mid-year budget. Michael's preparing that presentation. I'm hoping that we'll have the annual financial audit complete and the auditor will be able to present that. We do that every year. And that's important. That's an important precursor to the budget workshop and budget hearing, because we want those ending balances. That's very important. So we also are planning on working on the park rules and trying to get those all in one place so that you can discuss them and hopefully be able to amend them more readily in the future if necessary. That's something you expressed an interest in. And then we are expecting a potential e-bike item in April. We've been working with the city of Mill Valley to align so that we can do those remedial classes for children and their parents if they're, ticketed, if they're over speed or whatnot. So the county is as a whole is working on a model ordinance right now. Mill Valley needs to align with that, and then we want to align, or we would suggest that the council agree to align with them so that that cross-training can really be facilitated. And I'd like to also most likely extend an invitation to the Safe Routes to Schools folks to talk about the education programs that they're doing that are more to the full community, not just the people who get tickets, but the full community, because I think that's very, very important. So I wanted to let you know of those upcoming things. And also, we are keeping track of the new agenda item, the future agenda items as you bring them up. You see that reflected in the in the items that we're planning. And I'm really looking forward to the strategic planning meeting / retreat, because I think that's going to be really important to help the council coalesce and also make sure that we understand what your goals are, because we have to be able to listen to you as a body, 5 people together meeting in public.
Thank you. Okay. And I did want to just follow up on the future agenda items that despite the fact that there's some concern that, there'll be 3-2 votes on these, 2 of the items on here are from new council members, so it's not like we're consistently voting each other down here. We've had some split votes that have not gone the way people thought they'd go. So on that note, I'm going to adjourn the meeting in memory of Charles, Chuck Herman, and Mary. We're not, I'm sorry, no. No, we're not doing mob rule. I'm sorry. We need to end the meeting. So we're going to adjourn the meeting in memory of Charles, Chuck Herman, and Mary Bruce. Thank you.